9:44 Eastern Time. Right on. Didn't notice that before. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to take a picture of this. Take a picture now. I'm gonna pull 7 7s. I'm not gonna remember it. Sophia. There, we got last night put away so we can start today. Hey Bravery, good morning. I just took a picture of it. I don't know if you stayed for the whole stream. You must have fallen asleep at some point. But I pulled 7 7s last night. Actually, Lily Rose pulled 2 of them with me. Where did Sophia go? Oh, I didn't take a picture of you, Sophia. I'm so sorry. Where did you go? Whoa, I lost my Sophia card. That's so cool. Oh, there she is. Oh my god, I pulled 8 7s. Pulled 8 7s last night, Bravery. You fell asleep, you're making your lunch for work. Yeah, I pulled the Sophia card. I actually kissed her right on the face. I don't know if you can see the kissy mark. We got the owl, the vulture, the elephant, the bee last night. Like, oh my gosh. That's funny. I wanted to take the picture with Sophia and I forgot her on the side. But yeah, I didn't even know that she was in the deck. Yep, the owl came out. You can see clearly now. And that was a big synchronicity, Bravery. We went to the store yesterday. Lily wanted to treat herself, so we went to Claire's, where there's the stuff she likes. And she had bought herself an owl pendant yesterday. And I asked her, I was like, why did you choose the owl? And she's like, of everything that was there, it's the only thing that I liked. So that's... Yeah, but that's what resonated with you to choose. It was the only picture thing that she decided to choose. You warming up your car? Is it that cold, Bravery? Yeah, right on. It's pretty chilly for us too. I didn't check, but it's probably still in the minus 25-ish wind chill right now. Thanks for checking in, even if you can't stay, Bravery. I started at 9:44 Eastern Time. It snowed all night. Right on. There's got to be some weird ass shoveling today and some getting rid of that snow, eh? Huh. saw me live and had to stop in. Well, thank you. Just, it's a nice full circle of finishing the live stream last night. Kind of seeing you before you go back into work today. Have a super day. Happy 17th. You're a 1-7. You're a 1-7, so happy birthday, Bravery. It's a 1-7 day today. Enjoy it. Enjoy, enjoy. I love you too. Have a super day. Into the blue. Have a beautiful Thursday. Have a beautiful Thursday. Let me stop talking now so you go to work. Shh. You gotta go to work. No, work, 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 work. Whew. Have a good day. Yeah, I did that stream last night for like whatever, almost 4 hours. And I don't know if I'll do a night stream again, because doing a 3.5 hour live stream, it's pretty much like, you know, doing a concert by yourself for 3.5 hours and then ending up by yourself after the concert. So all that energy that I had, all the energy that I had, I used it wisely. I actually mostly laid in stillness because like I just didn't have the physical energy to move around. I could have found it if I was so guided, but I asked Spirit, I said, what do you want me to do? Because I was awake until past 5 a.m. And it said, just lie there. Let the thoughts pass through. And there wasn't so many thoughts. So that was what was really cool, is that I really noticed that there wasn't so many thoughts. It was more like lucid dreaming and just allowing whatever thoughts wanted to pass through, but it wasn't a mind monkey type of not able to sleep. So it was really cool. Ooh, 28 in Texas. That's -2, you think? Witch moon? Yikes. I hope you get some snow, sweetie. Maybe I'll just check to see what the wind chill is. I know it doesn't feel as cold as yesterday. Yesterday felt way colder, but let's see, North Bay temperature. Yeah, it feels like -23 right now, so that doesn't feel, it's not as cold as yesterday, right? Yesterday was -30 on the face. That hurt. It says the wind gusts are up to 17 today, so that's a nice number sync. And that's all I'm gonna look about that, because whatever. But yeah, Angel Fish, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Thank you. I just said to Bravery, you're a 17, because Bravery's birthday is the 17th of May. So Bravery's too, for real. For real, for reals, for reals. Congratulations, Witch Moon, on the new addition, Timothy, to your family. Timothy, that is such a beautiful name. I have shivers everywhere. I'm so grateful you shared that with me, because last night, as I was having my thoughts pass through, I wondered, you know, because when we were in the live stream yesterday, I wondered how, you know, the rest of the birth went and was going, and you know what the actual entry into the world, the grand entry. Bravery is May 17th, so there's not actually anybody's birthday today that I know of, but hey, let's call it in. Maybe somebody that's never, maybe we don't know it's somebody's birthday today that we already know. But hey, let's call in the frequency of, if it's somebody's birthday and they've never been here before, or they have and they never talked, that somebody will speak up and come in today that's new. Or that was always there and just doesn't talk. You know, somebody can maybe choose today, it's their birthday, I'm going to come in. That stands out a lot. If you want that day to come in and just, you know, have a way to talk and Yeah, we'll make it about you. We'll sing happy birthday and everything. And that's a sync me just saying all that because Trippy Sunless came in yesterday and he entered the live streams on his birthday, September 13th. And I can never forget the frequency because of that. Ooh. $45. 4 and 5 is 9. Parrot spirit. Watch your words. Watch your words. I love that the parrot came back out today because I feel it's like a full circle. Last week the parrot came out and, you know, there was a lot of, I would use the word warnings in the cards last week of things that were going to come into fruition this week. Therefore, you know, watch your words. Words matter. And watching our words doesn't mean that we, you know, never mess them up. But there's a way. You have to assume responsibility for the words that you choose to say. Oh, fuck, Angelfish. Pray for my face. My son cracked me in the tooth last night and it hurts like hell. Oh, baby girl. I'm so sorry. That's not funny at all. He's sending healing towards you. Feel the colors coming towards you, Angelfish. And that's the worst kind of thing too, is that thing of, you know, it's your son that hurts you. When Lily Rose hurts me, like, she feels so bad, and it's like you can't really do anything, and in the moment, depending on what the situation was, you can't even really say anything. You know, like, just shh. And I talked about this the other day when someone hurts somebody unintentionally, that feeling of how it feels. Poor little dude. You send so much love into your mouth. Oh, nice. Witchman says, oh, I love that. I miss my red windbreaker with a parrot on the back. Oh, that sounds awesome, Witchmoon. I cried and cried. Poor little kiddo. Yeah, Angelfish. It really, it sucks balls. It's not funny at all. It's like that thing of, I get it, believe me. Isn't she beautiful? Yeah. Yeah, Angelfish says we were goofing around having the best time, so it was worth it. Yeah, when goofing around changes into another situation, eh? Oh man, I know that. I know that well. I know it well. And I'm the kind of person where I actually feel the timeline coming, where usually it's very rare I don't feel the timeline coming now. Very rare. Right? So my instinct is, my discernment, my stuff's so on par that, you know, if there's goofing around anywhere, I can see the timeline coming. So I am that person that I can cut the goofing off really fast now because I see it coming. And depending, this is where, you know, people choose to listen to other people's instinct or not, young or not, young or old, because that's the thing, especially in this summer with the kids, the skate park, the beach, and everything. I always predicted before everything ever happened. You know what I mean? Like every single thing that ever happened, I had said it was going to happen. So meaning like, and that the timelines. Anyways, it's funny because some timelines it was like in the moment that things happened, they were not as hardcore as what they were supposed to be because I saw it coming. The warning made it that the impact wasn't the same. And that sounds weird, but it's a little bit about like the way that we bend timelines, and sometimes we're not even aware of it, and that's something that I'm conscious of, is that bending part of it. So sometimes you can't stop the lesson, the things need to happen, but you can lessen the impact, if that makes any sense at all. Parrot Spirit 45. Watch your words. What are you saying to yourself? What message are you repeating? Is it something that makes you feel good about yourself and reminds you of your strength and potential? Parrots mimic the sound around them, and when parrot appears, it's time to be more mindful of your self-talk and its qualities. What do you say to others? Are you repeating what you truly believe? Remembering to speak with light and love, benevolence, can become a habit. Be generous with the compliments and thanks, affirming all that is good so that your loving, healing words will be heard throughout the jungle, cutting through the noise and inspiring others. Listen for the words that remind you of all the strength, abundance, and joy in your life and in the world around you, and then repeat them, affirming what's real, true, and nourishing to the soul. The universe will reflect back at you the story you tell. So words matter. Choose ones that lift you up and inspire others so that we remember the beauty that surrounds us. Oh, nice. Witchman says, I'll be right back. I gotta potty the pup and make a cup of coffee. The heater didn't kick on, so I put my poncho in the dryer to get warm. I know, eh? Oh, man, I'm on laundromat services here, so I don't have a dryer to do that.
I love having warm clothes. Just fresh out of the dryer.
Fresh out of the dryer. I'm gonna read the protection message. Are you aware of what you're saying to yourself and others? The parrot spirit shows up as a reminder to heed the words that flow from your mouth, your pen, and your keyboard. Be mindful of the beliefs you have internalized. Are they what you choose to believe? Are you communicating with integrity? Parrot Spirit wants you to listen to what you say and your motives for saying it. Right speech is called for now, which means you are to reflect on the beliefs you have parroted by people so often you simply accepted them unquestioningly. Journal about what you truly believe and wish to see in the world and in your life. Write words affirming your value and speak them out loud, expressing gratitude for what is just coming into being. Your voice has power, and you can change the conversation in your heart and in the world around you. Parrots represent the law of praise. The law of praise. The law of praise. So you are called to speak the truth and speak it with love. Would it make sense, Angelfish, to say that as a collective, we have decided to live with the law of praise? I will praise you. I will praise you. I will rise you up. I believe that that's what we decided collectively, is that we will rise each other up. And I believe that we're here to walk that walk without barriers of masculine, feminine, that we walk this world with love, benevolent love, praising people just for being here, just for being here. Kiddo's favorite too is the hot blankets from the dryer. Yeah, when we went to the laundromat the other day, I didn't quite wait for the cycles to be fully done because they were done. So I wasn't going to wait till that, they cooled off. And so, we folded the clothes and we put them in the bin. And then when we got home a couple hours later, they were still hot.
Yeah.
Very warm, like hot in the middle because the clothes were so hot when I put them in there. It's kind of a good thing I took the lid off because they could have molded. The dampness of being warm. Yeah, nice bonus for sure. It's cool too because my hands were cold and I put them in the bin. I was like, oh yeah, like the hot pockets. Kuan Yin, 26. 2 and 6 is 8. Compassion. Just gonna go put some more coffee in my coffee too. I'll be right back, Angelfish. Me too. Need help? Could you put it in here and make sure you kind of close it?
Yep.
Push it down to the air.
I didn't realize it opened like that.
That's okay. On Angelfish, warm water wash hands is meditation for us. I love it. That's so cool, Angelfish. I can't wait to see the kiddos' faces when they get the instruments, the hand pan, the keyboard, and the mics will be jamming soon. You got the mics as well? Oh, nice. Angelfish says, love your face, Lily Rose. She smiles. Hi, Angel. I went to call you Angel too, Alex. I wonder why. Hi, Angel Alex. Lily Rose said hi, Angel Alex, at the same time. I don't know if you could hear her. How's the Romanian angel today? How's your day going, Alex the angel? Bravery's probably gone to work by now, unless he's just like listening and driving too, because he has to get to work. But I don't think he'll speak up anymore until he actually gets to his destination, if he chooses to check in, because he was on his way to work. So it was cool because he had the time or he took the time. Can't find the book. Oh, because it's the big one. He took the time to check in and just say hi. I was able to show him all the cards from last night too, because Bravery was in the stream
Mom.
last night.
A piece of ham just fell out of my sandwich.
Right on. Turn that sound down so I don't get flagged for Little Ponies. Yeah, so Bravery ended up falling asleep during the live stream last night because I was on for so long. And so I was able to tell him this morning what the cards were that he missed. He's an owl person, so that was cool. And I was able to tell him the synchronicity of Lily Rose buying her owl pendant yesterday as well. So that was cool. Angelfish says, we love My Little Pony. Kuan Yin.
One thing I forgot to show last night about a thing that I got.
I know, I was just thinking that. You read my mind. Yesterday, Lily Rose did a show and tell of all the things that she bought. Because she had a little shopping spree for herself.
A headband. Little star headband. Okay. That's it. That's it for me. Your turn.
Yes, a cute superstar. 26, Kuan Yin, compassion. Compassion is what's needed right now to help you release perfectionism and defensiveness. The purpose of compassion is to help reduce suffering in the world. So be mindful not to judge yourself or others too harshly as you stumble through life's obstacle course. In fact, tuning in to the energy of compassion and kindness almost instantly eradicates the stirred up energy of controlling thoughts and knee-jerk behaviors. Knee-jerk behaviors. The Chinese goddess of compassion, Kuan Yin, offers a gentle nudge to ask yourself this question: what would kindness do in this situation? If you approach everything with that in mind, you will discover solutions and new paths unfolding before you. In fact, living with compassion as your guide really changes everything, right down to the products you buy and the foods you eat. Today, make kindness a priority. The world will be a better place, and you will feel amazing as you see miracles light up where you least expect them. Are you feeling overwhelmed with all the suffering in the world and you can't imagine how you can make a difference? Do you feel hopeless about how we treat nature and each other? The goddess Kuan Yin knows that this is an important time of reckoning and reordering, but wants you to be careful not to fall into a pit of despair. If you allow the media to fill your mind with a constant barrage of what's going on in the world, you will become numb and unable to move. The good news is your alignment task. First, focus on your mind locally. Your choice is not to save the whole world, but to bring your attention to where you can help. Even the smallest step toward a greater compassion is huge. Educate yourself about cultural issues and be better and more conscious and sensitive about your choices. Lending a helping hand to someone in need. Volunteer your time. Choose one random act of kindness daily to help alleviate the suffering. Do what you can and make that count. And always ask in your work, your relationships, and your community, how will what I do serve others? Remember, if you don't always get it right, you can correct course. With commitment, you can add more beauty to the world. Everyone is learning right now, and Kuan Yin reminds you to be gentle with yourself as you accept your role into birthing a new world into being. Yeah, that's been said a lot lately, the birthing the new world into being. That thing of what do we want for a new world? Do we act new ways or do we act the same ways as we always did? Do we do the same things? If we want a new world, we have to make an effort, each individual, to act a different way. You know, the patterns are asked to be stopped. Who stops the patterns? Everybody's waiting for someone else to act kindly, right? I'll wait till everybody else is nice. You back in Witch Moon? I pulled Compassion by Kuan Yin while you were gone. 2 and 6 is 8. I think that follows through a lot. The first one, you know, the parrot, watch your words. And like Kuan Yin is saying, be true to yourself in your words and your integrity. Compassion, kindness, benevolence. Been thinking a lot about The Stand, Angie. All my life I read The Stand from the time I was about 14 or 15 till I was 39. I read it every single year, at least once. And for a long time, I was always afraid of when I would find Harold and how Harold would come into my reality. Who Harold would be in my reality, right? If you remember The Stand, Harold, and my Harold syncs have been very high lately, warning me. And so yesterday I came to a full circle of what that Harold situation was in my life. And Harold in The Stand represents someone who had all the opportunities that everyone else did. He came into the loving community where they wanted to build a better and new world, but he was jealous and envious of Fran and Stu. He loved Fran first, and he considered that she was his, even if she never consented and wanted to even considered her as him as hers. And so he grew his jealousy and his envy, and he chose to follow the dark man. And he set the bombs. He killed Nick. He set division in Colorado before he left, because he was to bring Nadine to Colorado, but before he left for Colorado, he made sure to leave with a bang so that, you know, he could cause as much chaos and death and division as possible. And division is chosen. It gets chosen. You choose to keep that up or not. And that's something that is really coming through for me lately. It's just holding the compassion. Hi, Danny Skylark. 10:16 Eastern Time. How you doing, Mama Bear? You're up and at 'em early. Up and at 'em. Where's Adam? Hey, Hannah Mori. Witch Moon, yes, The Stand. I want to read. Having blurry vision, and I like to read with actual books. Yeah, me too. I actually I bought The Stand last year on Kindle and Swan Song. So I have both The Stand and Swan Song on Kindle because I gave my copies away of my books. I gave The Stand away to a girl. I read it for the last time when I was pregnant with Lily Rose. I was 39 years old and working at Temagami Shores, and I gave it to an employee. I was completely guided to give my copy that I'd had since a child to someone I worked with while I was pregnant with Lily Rose. This girl was someone in my reality that I worked with, and I felt and was guided to give her the book so that she could get the messages that she needed from it. That would have been in 2011, and we're into 2020. and it's not someone I have contact with, so I'm kind of igniting that soul fractal spark of the fact that we're soul family, near far, and it doesn't matter that it's been since 2011 since we've been together. I just activated her to remember me and think of me in that book. So, hey Lindsay, pull a 555. This world needs a change. I pulled 8 sevens last night, Lindsay. 8 sevens. 2 of them were real sevens. The rest were combined numbers, like 4 and 3, 1 and 6 type of thing. But every card. The only 2 cards that didn't have a 7 were the one that was a 2 and a 7. So the 7 was there, but it equaled 9. And then I pulled another 9 as well. So last night's stream was like, whoa, for me. 28, 2 and 8 is 10. Broken open. This one keeps coming back. It comes back every week, at least once, minimum. Richmond says, hey Danny, mercy me, I love you and you've been on my heart. Angie, big hugs, sis, me love you all. We love you all as well. It's so beautiful to have the energy of both of you together at the same time. And Lindsay here as well. Love it. Angel Fish and Alex. Broken open. Sometimes it's like no matter how much people have knowledge and knowing, and no matter how many other people and reflections of themselves they've watched, is that they consider that, you know, I won't be broken open. I get to do this a different way. And you know what? You don't. Until you've actually been broken open, you really can't grasp all the other stuff, because there's a shedding of layers, but until all the layers are off and it's like completely open, it just, you're not there yet, you know, in a certain part of your, that journey part. And that self-protection, self-preservation thing that's of the bypassing is just not allowed anymore. So there's, you know, a lot of fast breaking open happening. Chaotic. Alex says, girl power, where are the men? I had the man stream last night. It was a very elevated masculine vibration. It was amazing. We even called in Eddie. So last night's stream was awesome. There's a reason for everything, Alex. For the balance of the swing of the masculine and the feminine coming in at different times. And it's needed. It's about feeling what we need to feel in any certain times. And really, a soul is a soul. There's a lot of masculine energy here right now, even if there's more feminine, Alex. There's more masculine energy that's just like solid because it's combined. You know, souls that have truly integrated both the masculine and feminine. You know, so powerful energy right now. There's a lot of masculine energy. It just happens to be that it's like a very balanced masculine energy as well, right? So excuse me. 28, broken open. The gift of grief. Being shattered as a result of loss. The potential inherent in failure. There are situations in life where you see the value of loss, grief, and a broken heart. Yet it's not the pain or loss itself that must be the focus of your attention here. No, not even the story of what happened. The details surrounding what brought you to your knees is as important as what the results from the experience. Can you see that this situation has broken you wide open, enabling you to have an even greater capacity for love, compassion, empathy, and understanding? You cannot be the same person as before. The only way forward is to move through it without resistance or manipulation, and without attempting to bargain with unseen forces, because none of your usual fallbacks can put you back together again. And I think that's really important, is that none of the usual fallbacks can put you back together again, because we consciously, as a collective, have elevated what the game rules are for being here, right? So things that worked in the past cannot work anymore, because on a collective level, they just don't pass through the eye of the needle of what we accept on around us, on that we accept here. Well, Genevieve, my dream last night, I told you this card, amazing. Yes, it is, sweetie. It's beautiful. If you do fall prey to self-absorption or self-pity, it will just make it harder to get to the next gradual phase of leading to relief. Yet even if you are prolonging the inevitable, you will get there eventually. The gift is accepting who you've become as a consequence of integrating this difficult experience and allowing yourself to be more than you were. Allowing yourself to be more than you were. That's, I love that. The gift is in accepting who you've become as a consequence of integrating this difficult experience and allowing yourself to be more than you were. And wisdom comes at a high price. I don't know if you can hear the crows. Yeah, there is a high price to pay. There is a high price to pay. There's the ripple effect, When the walls come crumbling down, there's a ripple effect. And, the love the you that is the result of being broken open by life's challenges and lessons. I heard a song yesterday, and I forget the exact line of it, but it was something like, I want to know your soul when it's not wounded. And that, it's not exactly that line, but it's something like that. And that is so beautiful, because that's really where we're at, is when we show each other our truest colors and allow ourselves to be in each other's life paths. It's really beautiful. Yes, Danny. Invest in your future, not your future past, by being a gift in the present, the now. Yeah. And really, the opportunities for growing and growing fast are beautiful, because the thing is that everyone is being asked to step up into their own sovereignty. So there's less resistance. There really is less resistance for things going smoothly, for things being easy and calm. You know what I mean by that? Like a drama that would have ensued years ago because of certain boundaries that were put up, don't actually need to happen. Because if you're really conscious of who you are, you listen when other people speak. So things can't go the same way unless you fall back into certain patterns. But the patterns aren't allowed to be perpetuated. One of the things is that everything is amplified right now. So the synchronicities, when you're on track, they slip and they change. You're on a different track if you're off track. So someone who was seeing, certain totems run by their car or following them every day, and all of a sudden is not having that, needs to question, like, what makes it that these things have disappeared. You know, when everything was smooth and fine, but then all of a sudden you're losing your keys before you have to go out the door, and those little things, it's showing you where the leakages are, and where things, you know, Source is not playing games anymore. So the impact of using the alchemy of the magic that we have inside, if we perpetuate it for something that's not pure and for the greatest good of the all, in alignment first with self, the repercussions of what's coming back as things is happening very fast. And one of the things that sometimes people don't consider when, you know, I don't know, a masculine can be like his stuff, right? And everything's fine. But then the ripple effect of the women, daughter, mother, wife, whatever, the ripple effect of the women in that masculine's life is coming back with a lot of things that are meant to teach him about himself. So, for example, there's a really fine line between, you know, a man who will stand up for his daughter's right to be treated a certain way, but then treats women that same way on another level. So it's the daughter that gets back the things, comes to dad and says like, oh my gosh, somebody's being mean to me this way, this way, this way. Then the dad wants to take a stand, wants to help the daughter. But really, why are these things coming to the daughter? That's where you got to look. And the reason I say this is because long ago, something happened to me somewhere where somebody was hitting on me. And I said, like, after a while, I was like, do you realize, like, this is going to happen to your daughter? And he's like, what are you even talking about? My daughter's, like, only 3 years old. You don't even know me. How do you know I have a daughter? And I was like, I do know you. And I know you have a 3-year-old daughter. And do you realize how you speak to me now? You're never going to feel like this. But in your life, your daughter's going to come crying to you year after year, day after day, month after month, of how men are treating her, so that you understand that you perpetuated this in your ancestry, your DNA, so that she would get it, so that you would understand. You know what I mean? So that's the thing, is that sometimes people are still convinced that everything's fine, but all this outside situations are being brought to them to show them exactly how they are being. And it's not okay to say, like, don't write those words to my daughter. I'm going to protect her from being cyberbullied. But that you as an adult male say these exact things in chat or live stream forums or in emails to other women, type of thing, right? So the wheel of karma comes back, intergenerational. And that's why, all of this is it's a deep work, because it's not just, yes, it is about us, but the ripple effect of what happens for you to understand. Because as a masculine, if you're told over and over all your life, all these things that hurt, but you never listened, the only way that it's going to get to you is through the women that you love. That's it. Because you don't already understand the boundaries. You're going to be taught them through the other women that are the example. So, be careful of what you're putting out there and thinking that everything's okay. Nobody knows, nobody sees, nobody, is it in integrity, everything you write on your keyboard all day long, 24 hours a day? Because it's coming back no matter what. Nothing is being left unturned right now. So it might feel like things are the same, but they're not. You can't use this telepathy and these synchronicities unless they're for the greater good. Source, creator, the frequencies that feel it, the protectiveness won't allow for that anymore. Danny says, children are a gift from God. And then Witchman says, yes, Danny, my younger sister just got her first grandchild last night, and I feel there will be news of another on on the way. Right on. Hey, Jansu, how's your day going? Welcome, 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 Jansu. Oh, thank you, Witch Moon. Yeah, Danny, Skylark, beautiful. Brotherhood from the mother's hood. Me loves you. Alex G, life is too complicated and too simple at the same time. But that's the thing. It is so simple that people complicated it. And that's it. We're asked to love and to be ourselves. That's it. So we've complicated it by hanging on to love that doesn't exist, by wanting to be something that we're not, all of that. It's all bullshit. We were programmed since birth, intergenerationally, to not love ourselves. And people are taking control of that sovereign part of themselves. You love yourself, you act in different ways. You can't be bought or sold. You can't be told what to do on a certain level. You just can't. It doesn't matter who or what tries to give you a golden platter. If it's not your platter, you won't take it. And that's where we're at, is that all these things, all these people, all this tribe vibration, it can only flow with a certain frequency. There's a lot of fishies in the sea, and all the different fishies have different, tribe vibrations. There's not all of a sudden going to be an event and everybody's just going to think the same way and be the same. We are always going to stay different enough that we have to come to common ground, middle road of compassion, understanding that your way is your way, my way is my way. And, that's it. See what the crystals say. What do the crystals say? And that's the thing too, is that why I spoke of, giving my book away to someone in 2011. That tribe feeling, the soul feeling, it's very far reaching. Very far reaching. Ooh, nice. 1 and 9. 19. Dalmatian stone. 1 and 9. It is beautiful. I'm going to hold it up after I just... 19, Dalmatian stone, playfulness, childlike joy and enthusiasm for life, absurdity, humor, and laughter. Watch children playing and you're watching them learn. Serious through life may seem at times, serious as though life might seem at times, Dalmatian stone is calling you to embrace the absurdity of this world. Yeah, Trippy, I did. I even talked about it a little bit. That how did it go? I listened to it a lot, actually. I actually went on and listened to a few other songs, and instead of like trying to put on a playlist, I just kind of got stuck on 2 songs. I forget what the second song was called. Shit, I forget. But yeah, I want to love your soul when it's not wounded, or something like that. That got to me, that thing of, I don't know how to explain it. And because I don't have the exact line on the tip of my tongue, I just, but yeah, A really powerful song. I put it on repeat instantly and had it for a while on the go. Then I looked up the channel itself and fell into a second song. I can't remember what it was. I'm too curious now. I gotta see what the second song was. Totally just stopped reading in the middle of a. Yeah, and I'm a weirdo because you have a choice of all these videos and I don't watch the visual. And so the one only other video that I went to get to watch was the helicopter ride. I thought that was cool. He shared a helicopter ride because I love helicopters. I can't find the second video. Oh, On Your Mind. On Your Mind is the second one that I really liked that I got stuck in. How's your day, Trippy? I ended up falling asleep at like 5:30 after the live stream. Doing a live stream for 3.5 hours. Maybe that's why I don't do night streams so often. Because after I finished the live, I was like high as a freaking kite and could have, just doing a live stream for 3.5 hours is the equivalent of doing a concert on your own, and then you're done, and all that energy that you had from the concert just has to be channeled alone still. It's like really fucked up. Really fucked up. It took a long time to get through the energy to fall asleep. And the landlord called me at 9:30. He's like, "Did I wake you up?" And I couldn't lie. I was like, "Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did." I fell asleep past 5:30, so. All of us are here to learn, and laughter makes the lesson easier. And sometimes it makes it stick a little better. For it can help you write a funny story to say, "Remember that time, and boy did I learn a lesson." Yeah, that's my classic thing. Remember that time. Always, every day, everything becomes a remember that time, except I do it differently. I make up stuff that didn't actually happen to crack the jokes, but yeah, that's funny. Now is a good moment to crack a joke, to break a tension, and remind yourself that alongside trouble and hardship dances the spirit of playfulness. This is not the time for trudging or marching, but skipping. Sing a song, make a goofy face, and recognize that the conscious universe throws you off at times to remind you that surprises can be gifts from the invisible realm. Dalmatian Stone Spirit is calling you to lighten up, buttercup, and open yourself to playing with the possibilities. The book didn't really say buttercup, I added that. Who knows what you will discover when you join in on the fun. The conscious universe is not here to trick you, but to help you. That's important. The conscious universe is not here to trick you. Yes, Danny, did it not say that the heavens would laugh at the stupidity of mankind? Let us laugh with the Godhead as children. Yeah. Yeah, I even started a drawing with the name of the song and then I stopped it. I wasn't, I find that it's funny because I started leaking drawings, in September. But I'm finding that it's not leaking the same way already. I can't explain. It's like, although I come here and I have all this like energy and like muse-like type of thing, and I'm getting validation of how I inspire or how I help, it's like, okay, where's my muse? Where's that thing or those things that give me the extra? Because giving gives me energy. Like it's awesome, but that muse-like thing of like, I don't know, seeing something or hearing something that gives me that muse-like inspiration of like, gong, like, you know? And so, yeah. What time zone are you in, Trippy? I don't know where your state is, to be honest. Of all the states, like I can almost see it on the map, but I think that you're right. Like as the crow flies, you'd be directly in a straight line type of thing. And I say that and I don't know what town, but oh shit, you got a pretty flag. Indiana has a pretty flag. Yeah. Pretty much like whoosh. Exactly. Well, maybe a little bit like that. But then again, I say that and the maps have changed so much. It's weird. There's sometimes that thing of it's 10:45 for you as well. Wow, we just brought in 10:44. Whoop whoop. Yeah, I didn't is that thing, right? Like imagine sitting here and like just fucking like woof 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 and just talking for 3.5 hours. Imagine, right? And like all the subjects, everything, the cards, like I was tripping just because the cards, right? Like oh my gosh, I pulled 8 sevens. I thought I pulled 7 sevens, but I pulled 8 of them. That's a lot. And that's the thing is that oracle thing, the stuff that's flowing through is like so big. It's so big, but there's just this as like the outlet of it. So anyways, it's special. Very special. Whew. Yeah, our shamanic journey, Danny. At some point, the fucking quest has to have like the end of the part, right? I remember being in 2019, and sorry, 2018, because I've done this a lot. This wouldn't be the first time in my life, but in 2018, being on the beach in Nipissing, and like, I'm just like crying and being like, when does the quest end? Like, what? When does it end? Like, what the fuck? I constantly feel like fucking Heath Ledger in, what's the movie called? Is it First Night? Heath Ledger? A Knight's Tale. I constantly feel like the scene where, you know, he's like battle weary and just like fucking dead and he's got to get up the next morning to like for another battle. Like, is that part like done yet? Yeah, Gary, Indiana. Gary. Holy shit, could there be more Gary Sinks in my life? Oh my gosh. Is there any more Garys in here right now? What the heck? I didn't even... Boom. Alex Fox came in last night. I forget what time it was. He said, did you pull the 44? And I said, I did last time. Not yet tonight. And I just pulled it this morning. Anyone have Sarah synchronicities? Oh, Sarah. I know her name's Sarawati. Sarawati. I don't know how to say that. Sarah, just the Sarah stands out. Wow. I say just the Sarah stands out, and then I come and look at the screen and Salem, Sarah Salem. Right on. I didn't know there was a Salem there. There's a Salem probably in every state, eh? Salem was the name of a cat. That's an important cat name to me. I don't see it as a town, even if it's iconic in its name of a town. I see Salem as a cat. The cat energy is what that word represents for me. Big time. I'm trying to remember what color he was, but here we go again with the stuff falling from the roof, and I don't know how anything can be melting and falling from the roof right now. It's like minus 23 out there. Master Ray. I only have like 6 books out and I can't find any of them. They're right in front of me at my feet. I still can't see them. Your brother loved that song? Sarah? Yeah, me too. I have no one in my personal life that is named Sarah, but it's very strong in me to say. Trippy, yeah, the heater got fixed. It's just really too cold. You know what I mean? And I say too cold. The windows are really big. You can see this one behind me, right? And the one in the kitchen, they're so big that they just, with the wind chill, it's just allowing for that feeling. I also realized that hot shivers are from spirit and cold shivers are from source. And so I'm going through like just intense cold shivers. So I think I might, I don't know, I'll see, but I might just get one of those, you know, like just a standing fireplace that you get wherever, just to have like a bit of heat come out where I am, because that's the thing, is I'm coming from a place that had the gas fireplace, right? You remember, I don't know if you saw it the way that I was placed before, Trippy, but in my other place where I lived a few months ago, like I would sit here and do my live streams, but right there beside me was the fireplace, right? So my body is like used to having just that push of a button and get a little hotter like fast and then turn it down. So I have to integrate what's become of the temperature outside. I've talked with the landlord about like weather stripping the windows and putting that plastic. It's a little bit just that feeling of feeling like caged in from having all the windows. But to be honest, like look at what my kitchen window does anyways. Don't mind the fact that I didn't do any of the freaking dishes last night, but it's beautiful and it's not beautiful. Like I can't see outside anyway, so putting plastic up might be a good idea. Because all I've got is the crystals out of the window anyway. It's so beautiful. Sometimes I just sit here and look at them. Because I put my lights on that I have. The kitchen's good for dancing because it has the floor. It's not carpeted. So, and then it's got the counters for bracing. Counters are like pretty much ballet bar level, so it's nice. But, yeah. He did, when the landlord came, he did check all the windows, and he realized that there was something with the window in one bedroom that wasn't shut the right way. So he fixed that. It's all very old windows and stuff, like, so. But, yeah, warmth is important, Danny. It really is. You have an aunt named Salem. She's passed now. You feeling that shivers too as well. You understand, eh? It's Witch Moon who taught me that this year. Like I always knew that I had hot shivers or cold shivers. I always knew that they were good. You know, I know my body and what the signs are of certain things, right? Like shivers are good. Follow the shivers. They lead the way. You want to lead a beautiful fucking life, follow your shivers. You know what I mean? But I didn't really understand, like, why am I sometimes so hot and why am I sometimes so cold? And, you know, it really is. Hot is source. Hot is spirit, and cold is source. And that's why when, you know, that thing of, when you're a climber, when you do elevation, it gets colder. The higher up you get, the colder it gets. That's it. right? So it's the same thing. The higher up you get cold. And it's me. When I balance my source and my spirit, then I'm at this like ultimate temperature that's just perfect. Because that's the thing as well too, is that a lot of this is showing me just my, and I hate to be hard on myself because it's minus fucking 25 outside, but my misalignment. There's a part of me inside that's not aligned enough to be able to sustain my hot shivers the way that I want them, so that this temperature doesn't affect me at all, right? Because in the end, breath work, Wim Hof, that dude is there for a reason. We can live in temperatures that are like extreme, and that our body is completely in harmony with it without so many freaking layers, and without being like a shivery little ball, so that's what's coming through as for me, is that the more that I align myself, that I've always lived in minus whatever temperatures in the winter. It's part of the north. So there's things inside of me that just aren't grounded enough or anchored enough. Maybe I'm just being hard on myself because it is minus 25, right? But still, it's a part of the 9 path. Are you saying that dancing in the kitchen is a portal, or the shivers are a portal? I don't understand, Danny. I'm not gonna do it. I'll got the wrong book again. Yeah, like I'm the kind of person, Danny, I can be lying in bed and my body's like just the normal, awesome bed, perfect temperature. And then I'll start to have certain things that, where I'll focus or whatever. And then I'm frozen under the covers, like frozen. Like the shivers, it's just like they start and they go all through. And it's a frozen that doesn't feel the same way. And like I'm already in bed, but it's like just like, and I can't even explain it. Ooh, witch moon. I did my conscious breathing this morning with orange oil. I love how it feels. I'm having deja vu. Danny says, my 12-year-old son was talking about Wim Hof this morning. He loves watching him. Funny you said that. Yeah. I love, I know there's other people who do breath work, but just Wim Hof. That's it. Enough said, right? And it's important. Yeah, shiver me timbers. For sure. I'm going to take a minute before I read it. Sorry. Just speaking of Wim Hof and taking a breath. One of the things I notice is that when I like stay in a ball and live stream for like too long, and when I stand up and just kind of take a couple minutes or a minute, I have less trouble bouncing back at the end. I realize sometimes that I try to fill so that it's always full. And then I watch other live streams and people go off and do stuff, or they just sit there and look at stuff for a minute. It's not a big deal. And I try to, and I don't know why I try so hard. So I'm just going to take a second. Joking on my spit, man. So spitty. Em Reed, did I just see your name? How are you? Gotta go, Danny. Sorry. Thank you for being here, sweetie. Thank you for that video you sent me this morning. I'm gonna share it in a minute, actually. Danny, me too. Even in the summer, people asking why you wearing a sweater. Me too. I was wearing my mucklucks since August, and I wore my mucklucks in more this summer than I did last winter. Why? Because as soon as the temperature wasn't like 25, I was like done. We had a heat wave for a month and a half. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden it got to 20, 25 during the day. We stopped swimming in August in Nipissing. A lot of it is because the kids they fell in love with the skate park. They wanted to be skating. They didn't want to be at the beach. But, so, yeah. There was times in like late August and beginning of September when we're at the skate park and I'm wearing like almost exactly the same things I would be wearing in December. Like my mucklucks, my camel pants, and like 2 sweaters, because just freaking freezing. Emery, I have to run a quick errand, but in a few, but I wanted to say hi and send love. I should be back in about 15 minutes or so, and I'll come back on if you're still live. Thank you, Morgan. Okay, have a super time, and I'm not sure. We'll see. I don't know where I'm at right now. I'm still on, so you got to go yourself too. Got to go to work out with baby. Have fun. She's so beautiful. Her eyes, Danny, her eyes. Oh my gosh, her eyes. I don't even have words. Thank you for the pictures you share on Instagram. Yeah, get the body back in atonement. She makes good weight. That's awesome, sweetie. So proud of you. I know you're leaving or you're already gone, Danny, but I'm so proud of you, because those of us that are asked to have children after we thought we wouldn't have more children, and then asked to have children again when we thought we wouldn't have more children again, it's big. It's really big, the role that encompasses. It's so much bigger than, there's no words for it. 44. Mastery is a genuine sense of effortless knowledge after a period of dedicated immersion. Mastery is a genuine sense of effortless knowledge after a period of dedicated immersion. I know, I'm going to read it a third time. Mastery is a genuine sense of effortless knowledge after a period of dedicated immersion. That is so... The Hindu goddess Saraswati asks you to enter her domain of art, language, knowing, music, and poetry, and make this commitment to go the distance. Go the distance, go the distance. Immerse your body, mind, and spirit in discovering all aspects of what is at hand. Learn and then learn more. Right now, if you adopt the role of apprentice and are willing to devote your heart and mind to something, you'll become a true master. Deep wisdom only knows continuous learning. No matter what question you've come to explore, the goddess Saraswati reminds you that the pursuit of mastery is never ending. So enjoy every minute of it. I love you, Danny. Yeah, they sparkle like big nicks. I know, sis. I know. So proud of you. I'm so sorry, Danny, if nobody ever understands what you did. I do. I fucking get it. You're so fucking brave. You're so fucking brave. You're so fucking brave. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm okay. Just got emotional. Ah, fuck, man. Are you someone who begins things with great enthusiasm, but then when you realize the scope of the situation, you move on to something else? Could it be you're dealing with someone like this? Ambivalence is something to be careful of at this time. As you recognize the need, more knowledge and energy than what you have to move forward completely. The goddess Saraswati reminds you that there are no shortcuts on this journey, and partial knowledge does not make you a master. In fact, your alignment task is to stop working in scattered ways. It's time for some deep diving into the subject of your inquiry to get really a command of this terrain. Offer the commitment of your time and energy, and you will feel the surge of power as you move into a more masterful role in all areas of your life. Stick with it. Keep learning and keep practicing your craft, your heart commitment, your meditation, and your self-expression. Stay present to it all, and you will be glad you did. I swear, the stick just keeps on coming up. Stick with it or let go of the stick. It's one or the other. It's one or the other. It's so prevalent in the words coming out of the cards, in just synchronicities and things all around. But, you know, it's like one or the other. You're being asked to let go of something or to grab onto it and know thyself. It's important. Are you still here, Witch Moon? Did you know Big Nicks? Thanks. I'm rolling on my camping stuff, and I'm gonna just stay that way. Because when you're camping and it's dark, you might as well have like little reflectors on your fucking cup to make sure you grab the right one, right? Yeah. I gotta say though, for tea, it's not so great. It's not so great for tea because it retains its heat really, really well. Yeah, I've recycled some of my camping stuff to just not have to think about getting anything. I'm not really that person, like, nothing matches and nothing's the same. I'm just proud that I have a fork that's long. Like, I don't like eating with little, salad forks or dessert forks. So I have two Mama Bear long forks. And I feel really proud of myself that I have a long fork. Yeah, I love hot tea as well, but it's, it just, I always forget that my cup doesn't, if you have a porcelain or a ceramic cup, some of the heat kind of goes away. But with that one, there's no mercy at all. Is it a full cup of coffee? Yeah, it's cold. It's cold because I made it before I started the stream and I've been on for 1:31. And, but it's full. So yesterday, when I went to the store, I was looking at the tea aisle, and I went to a store where they got lots of selection, and I was trying not to go batshit. I looked at the lady who was, like, to be honest, in the way, and I says to her, I was like, what the heck? How is it so hard to find just plain peach tea? Why do they gotta go sticking ginseng into it? I just want peach tea. I just want peach tea. I just want tea that's peach. How hard is it to find? Apparently, it's very freaking hard to find peach tea in North Bay, Ontario. The only thing I can find is either flavored with other stuff, especially ginger, which I'm not even crazy about. If I wanted to drink fucking ginger, I would drink ginger. I wouldn't get peach tea. And, or they come in like a set. So you have to buy all these other flavors to get 4 little things of peach. So, yeah, Trippy. Those cups are meant to sit on a rock next to the fire. Helps them stay warm. Yup. Yeah, one of my best tricks is having a hot water bottle, filling that sucker with hot water, throwing that in the sleeping bag, and then you never have to worry, does it get cold? Because that one little hot water bottle at the bottom of a sleeping bag, it's a lifesaver. Hey, Emoji King. Yeah, thanks, Emoji King. I forgot about that. I noticed that yesterday. I have 420 subscribers. 420 subs. That's funny. Someone the other day who has a bigger channel was saying, like, let's just do this. Let's get you visible so you get your 1,000 subs, and then you can have the super chats. It would be so much easier for you, Michelle. He said, like, people don't go and press on a PayPal, but if you're sitting there doing a live streams, you'd get the super chats. So let's bump you up to 500. I can get you there in, like, blah, blah, blah time. And I was like, no, I've already been here 2 years, and I prefer to keep it going the way that it is. And what comes in is meant to come in, especially with the week that I had. I don't want to be here and learn how to be attacked more. I don't want to learn how to be, graceful under fire. I've already had the life. So the little things that pop up are meant to be. They're part of the soul contracts I agreed to. But I don't want to be up here and get bombarded by, like, people coming in a different way than what is already coming in. And I already see and know a part of the how and what makes something bigger, and I don't want to be a part of that. Sharing these vids with my 104 subs and other friends. Aw, thank you. Yeah. Slowly, surely. Slowly, surely. Because that's the thing is, my channel is, like, too personal to just sit there and be nitpicked at by, all these people, thousands and thousands. Like, holy shit, I already feel I'm already connected to the 420 that I've got, plus, you know, that I go and don't sub to me. So the connections and the frequencies that I have already managed to, you know, manifest from YouTube, you know, have woke me up at night. I wake up at night from people's nightmares. I wake up at night from people thinking about me. I've come to be aligned in a certain mastery of that, but I can still be brought to my knees of how, you know, thoughts are things and people are not conscious of that. So it can be really like, it's my truest test of, you know, am I aligned in love at all times? Because it hurts. It's not as funny as it could sound to be up here and what it does. You know, it took me a long time to master what it feels like when certain frequencies come into the chat and that I'm not fazed by it. If you go back and watch my live streams from my beginning times in February, there's times where I was in mid-conversation. I just said all of a sudden, I gotta go, I'm done. Why? Because the frequency of the person coming in and what they were thinking, their vibration, I had to feel that and understand what that felt like. It's been a long 2 years of really understanding what energy is, what we do as humans that we're not even aware of. So it's a whole new level of forgive them, for they know not what they do, because even in an awakened community where people speak of telepathy openly, they do not practice conscious thinking. So, you know what I mean? Like for me, it got to the point where ever since April 2019, I have consciously, I protect my dream time, and I'll say it from dream rape, because the fantasy of people thinking I can go off into dream time and fuck anything I choose, however I want, it doesn't work for me. It doesn't work at all. So for months and months, I would wake up and I couldn't sleep. I had nightmares because of all the thought coming at me. And, you know, I learned, one of the ways I learned to master that was by putting a booth at the beginning of my dream time that will stay there till forever and a day, unless I can take it down because, you know, it just won't be needed anymore. But to make sure that even in dream time, because in dream time, most of us are even more powerful than we are right now. So the intent behind somebody's stuff that they think during the day and they think that it wasn't a big deal comes out in dream time. All those things. So, you know, energy, frequency, all these things, we want to say that we are one. Yeah, we are. So do you master your thoughts? You know? Do you master your thoughts? We're not at a place anymore where you walk into a room and nobody knows what you're thinking. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. And that being said, the mastery of that is to how to handle and just balance of one of the things that I do is that I keep everyone as a frequency. So meaning I won't label certain souls with name or masculine or feminine, so that I don't get so that my ego doesn't come up and want to like scratch the fuck out of someone's frequency because they're not there yet in their alignment within. But all the years of practice still doesn't make it that it doesn't hurt, because usually it's not the same anymore either, is where we actually have interactions with people and then that stuff is done and you know, it's not considered, but it's still there. It's still there. Fox spirit. 27. 2 and 7 is 9. Be alert now. First fox spirit has appeared, and you are meant to move swiftly. Let this clever spirit draw out your creativity as you adjust to rapidly changing circumstances with resilience, grace, and astuteness. Fox Spirit helps you think on your feet, using your best judgment and wits to help you slip into a more advantageous situation. Now is not a time to hesitate, but a time for swift action of the mind, a time to think outside the box and notice the many ways in which you might make a move, aware of your surroundings and always clear on what you deserve and wish to co-create. Trust that your cleverness, guided by Fox Spirit, will serve you well. Oh boy. Are you camouflaging yourself to avoid intimacy? Perhaps you're being too clever for your own good and playing games to protect yourself. Being dishonest with yourself or others can become isolating and create obstacles to true connection. Fox Spirit calls you to be attuned to what is happening within you and around you, so that your quick thinking and creativity can lead you to better relationships and situations. You are called to use your Fox Spirit beneficially rather than in ways that keep you from experiencing what you want. Or perhaps right now, you are realizing that a situation is trickier than what it appears on the surface, and you are afraid to make a move in case it turns out to be a mistake. Fox Spirit is here to remind you that when you are in alignment with Great Spirit, the answers and solutions can come quickly and you can trust them. Don't overthink a situation in order to avoid the challenge of facing a difficult truth. Fox Spirit's creative nature will always be there to guide you and help you to move quickly into better circumstances. Did you have a good sleep, Eddie? Witch Moon, I'm still here but listening while doing chores. Hello everyone coming in, love y'all. Thank you. Emoji King, I was a woman who wasn't appreciated, to say the least, in a not so distant past life. Boom. Thanks for saying that, Emoji King. In one of my incarnations that was not so far away from this one, because I know what my last one was before this one, but the one before or before that, so within the last, like within the, what do you call it, the late 1800s and beginning of the 1900s, I was a masculine that was such a fucking cocksucking asshole towards women that that's where a lot of my karma in this lifetime came from. And this is something that came to me through someone else to help me deal. I was 35 and on my knees of just what the fuck, like, I'm trying not to be this sexual vibration and not work the thing that people would want me to, but I get all this attention and all this stuff that comes to me anyways, like, why? And we did a past life regression, and you know, it was shown to me very clearly to what point I was a man who hurt women, as above so below, on all parts. So really, for me, I consider, after seeing all of that and knowing that about my past self, the forgiveness for my past self having been that fucking bad and yucky, and the gratitude that the physical didn't follow me. So the emotional followed me into this lifetime to show me, and to make me, you know, bounce back from all of that kind of stuff and all of that, whatever. But once I discovered that I could have had the potential to be physically, you know, hurt, abused, all of that as well, I considered that, you know, I understood the karma, and I was grateful that it only came back on a certain level. So, and yeah. And that's why, you know, even from my first video I ever made and came on YouTube, and I stand by this all the time, is when we are disgusted with patterns of anyone in society, especially when we want to use anything, any single thing to hold on judgment and say that's disgusting, that's the one thing. When you regress and look into your past, like way past, way past, you were the perpetrator of those actions and you still haven't forgiven that past self. And it's really big, and the more people that kind of come up and talk about when they say these things, there's a truth to it. John Binney has made videos about how when he regresses back, he sees the lifetimes where he was a destroyer or where he couldn't save a village type of thing. So it's big. When it says, we're going back, we are. So when you can't fix those things on this, like why are all these things, when you go back and regress, it's the same thing as when you really think you have a connection with somebody and they belong to you in this lifetime. When you meet someone or see someone and you think this person should be with me, belongs with me, why? Where's the bond from the past that needs to be healed so that you both can move on, right? Because I'm not going to say the name, but when I was speaking to a feminine once in a conversation, she said, like, I keep falling in love. I'm always in love with a different man and with a different masculine. Like, so naming channels and saying like, so-and-so, so-and-so, I have feelings for so-and-so, 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 and it's so strong. And it's like, yeah, it is. Figure out why. And once you figure out why, it can't hold you the same way, because we're not all just little wankers getting like, oh my God, everybody, is an anchor to love and is supposed to be with me in this lifetime at all. And one of the soul contracts in September, actually September 1st to 5th, when I saw the things and stuff, and something happened to me where I choked on like just a little bit of water, but that choking on the little bit of water brought me back into a vision of a lifetime where the person in question in September that I met, he let me die in that lifetime. And that's why we met in this lifetime, so that he could get over the feeling of having let me die in that lifetime. So it's really big. Trippy. I don't like when I wake up with a taste of copper in my mouth. I live with the taste of copper. I am the copper. That's funny. Yeah, I am the copper at all times. I can understand why you don't like the taste in your mouth. I live with that taste like all the time. When the copper taste disappears, it means there's something else going on with the frequencies that's really big. When there's a pole shift going on in certain things, the copper tastes different. It becomes more earthy, and other minerals are added to the copper taste. So I totally understand that. But I've learned to like love it. I've learned to love the taste of the elements that come up. For me, I'll have certain tastes come up when there's like seismic activity in certain areas. I'll taste that. Certain things. You don't remember your dreams anymore, Trippy Sunless? Sometimes that's all for the better, because all the work's getting done and you don't need to remember. Sometimes when we just don't think that we're going to remember, we don't, because we programmed ourselves to believe we don't remember. So asking to remember what's needed, that's what I do. I ask to remember what's needed. If it's for my greatest and highest good, I will remember it. And that's the thing, is that even if I don't think I remember it, by waking up and not feeling empty of not remembering it, and just allowing for what knowledge needs to pass through on its own, helps me a lot. You've been sleeping good the last week or so? Right on, Eddie. Road trip. I never did a past life regression. I really desire to do so for years. I just never went forth with it. Road trip Eddie, those strong feelings I used to have for my partner at the time is the feeling I have for me now that I never felt, and it's just amazing to feel that way. Yes, Eddie. That's beautiful. And that's what self love is. It really is. And I can't remember. I thought it was you, Eddie. Eddie, wasn't it you who dreamed that we were in a bar in the olden days, long ago? Like in 2019, I thought it was you who wrote to me in a comment, I had a dream and we were in a bar and it was like blah, blah, blah. And that you realized that that's where our bond comes from. And I could be wrong. Is it who else? I'm trying to think of who else could it be if it wasn't you, because I don't have that many masculine who actually step up and talk to me about stuff. I figure it all out on my own, right? Um, because they just don't choose to engage in those things. But blessed be to the masculine I've had those conversations with that, reach out and talk to me and that we come full circle. That's one of the reasons that Bravery and I can be so strong as a team near or far, West Coast, East Coast, homie, is that, he was brave. He took the chance and the opportunity to speak to me one on one. We dealt with a lot of stuff right away on our journey of who we are for each other and what we represent and what we could have represented in past lives and in this lifetime. Um, you know, there's a certain amount of people who really did step up to the plate, who do speak of these things in order to be able to allow for whatever bond that we have in this lifetime to be stronger without the attachment of the feeling of woe is me. I love this person and she's not noticing me, because yeah, I am. But when we see and talk about where we're at and what our things are, it's so amazing. It's so much easier. It lightens up the collective as well. So much. I was sure that dream was you, Eddie. Richmond says, I was an activist in the 60s, shot in the chest in 1971. Wow. Dude, I died in 1971 too, honey. Born again to a gunsmith in 1973. I don't like guns at all. I used to hide in the closet when people were shooting. See, I'm the opposite. I love guns. Guns have never been used in a violent way that makes me think of them in a way that, people shoot people. Guns don't shoot people. And my last name is Barrett, the Barrett gun. Yesterday, one of my most beautiful, amazing, like, whoa, I'd never seen this on a truck before, was the Bullet. The Bullet sped right past me. I'd never seen that truck before. The lettering was huge, huge. Bullet, Bullet. And all I could think as I was driving is like, boom, I've been offered the bullets. I've got them. And it's love bullets. It's good. It's not bad, but yeah, I died in 1971 as well, Witch Moon. Road trip Eddie. I guess probably never felt it before because I always jump into one relationship to another. I never had. And this is why this card came out. I still have not put her away, Eddie, and I didn't email it to you because I forgot. But she's still right here. She's right there. This is important, Eddie. I pulled this for Eddie last night, Witch Moon. White Buffalo Cav Woman. Yeah, Witch Moon, I'm not afraid anymore, just not crazy about guns. But I'm for the right to bear arms. And I love bear arms. Bear arms. Mama bear arms. Right? That's what I see. Ooh, Cindy B. Hi, friends. I was in the French Resistance and apparently was very good on a motorcycle. Right on. You remember, Eddie? Yes, you remember that. It was like last winter or spring. It was a long way back, a quick flash moment. I remember there was only a few present, the main core gang. Yes, exactly. You hate guns, Alex? I completely understand that. I like guns the way I like the bow. For the sport of it, for the challenge of the aim. I like the sound as well, to be honest. Cindy B, I had to have a mini bike at like 10, so there's that. Always had the motorcycle till I got older. Which moon? You have a birthmark on your chest? From it? Yeah. My birthmarks of entry and exit are right here. So I'm not sure, uh, but right here. And they've been there since I was born. And it's just like one clean, like, line. Exit and entry. Yeah, Trippy, I get it. Most days I wake up feeling like I had been at war. My body will be sore, and sometimes parts of my body hurt more than usual. Some days I wake up and have no idea where I am. Yeah, I get it. And that's that not even knowing where you are for a few minutes. There was a periods of time where it literally has taken me like it's like an hour or two. It's like I'm so in the reeds, I call it. And that sore feeling of like I have that this morning. I have that this morning today where it's like, wow, what did I do? Where I went to bed and everything, and no matter what, and then just like this soreness and these spots, and maybe the reason I spoke about protecting my dream time is there's things you can do for yourself as well, eh, Trippy? Like just the fact of like asking why am I sore there and like finding the certain things. I don't know, but we are at the point collectively where there's a soothing and a lightness of being everywhere. Trippy, grab onto it and, you know, ask for full circle of certain things to just like boom, boom, boom. Because we're not at war even in the ethers anymore. I know some people like to still think that, want to portray it as if we are, but we're not. Love has won. Love has won. We already are in the fifth dimensional. We're just bringing it through for everyone. And that's so important. Yeah, Genevieve, I agree. I do. Not like guns or knives. They are scary, but I would do without. Would not do without. You would not do without or would? See, I'm Canadian, eh? So we don't have a right to bear arms. There's strict gun laws here. Strict. You can't just go out and buy a gun. You can't just carry a gun anywhere when you've got a gun. And that's the society that I believe in, right? I've never been to a restaurant and somebody's got a gun on their hip beside me. My sister worked in Mississippi and has traveled extensively through the states. So, you know, one of the first things I ever asked her was like, how does it feel to be sitting in a freaking restaurant and the person beside you has a gun? And for her, she don't notice it. The first thing she did when she got to Mississippi was go to the gun range. We don't have access to handguns here. So the first thing she did was go to the gun range, and she went all the time to use a handgun for pleasure, for target shooting. And I said, I can't imagine being in the United States and who I am, me, and sitting down somewhere and somebody beside me has a gun. I've never lived that, ever, ever, ever. You know, so I can't imagine. And Cindy, I see you say, like, I have a gun. Would you text me? Will you show me which one? See, I love guns. I love guns. If I were American and had being allowed to have guns, I would probably have like an amazing collection of guns because I like to shoot. I like to shoot. It has nothing to do with protection. Even my machete. Last year I brought my machete. When I did the 4 months of on the road, I had my machete with me because I need my machete as a tool. If I'm camping, it's a tool. And so when I was camping by myself with Lily Rose, I realized on the third night that, oh, I fall asleep and I leave the machete right on the fucking picnic table. That's how safe I feel in Canada, camping by myself with my daughter. I leave the machete right on the fucking picnic table. And so after noticing that, oh my gosh, the one thing that could protect me, I'm leaving it out as a weapon for someone else. So I brought it into the tent that night and I told myself, this is where it should be. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. Why? Because you have the intent of something that protects you beside you. Then what is that calling to me as a single mom on the road, camping wherever I chose to camp that I felt the safest? So I took that machete and I went and brought it back inside the car, or for the rest of the camping, I would just leave it wherever it was because I didn't want to call into me the intent that I had any fear that anything could happen. And that for me was like a game changer of, what is fight or flight, what is real fear, what really scares us. I found that going on the road and being on the road, for me, it was just normal. I'm camping, I'm with my daughter, we're alone. But the more I would, go out and people tell me, what do you mean you're alone? I've never met a single mom camping by herself. Are you meeting people? Are you going somewhere? It's like, no. Everything to make me fall into fear of like, women don't do this, right? Meanwhile, it's like, well, I'm still doing it. And, but yeah. You were burned to death? You have marks on your neck? Road trip. I'm not fond of explosive things. Amazed but wish they never were, especially the big booms. Yeah, see, I have a love of like fireworks and certain things, but I also have that trigger thing of knowing how, those noises and everything. So I prefer, like, I love fireworks because they're beautiful, but I prefer the fireworks inside of me that I see to what, collectively everyone can see at the same time. Because that's all that fireworks are, is the reproduction of what we see in our mind's eye for everyone to see. Road trip Eddie, can you please tell me a touch more of the gun restrictions in Canada? I'm not really 144% aware of them because I don't own any guns. My sister took all charge of the family guns. So meaning the guns that were in our family since whenever are under my sister or my father's name still. Most of them under hers, just because it's such complicated laws. So I'm not aware. There was such a gun registry fiasco in Canada in the last 15 to 20 years and I was with my ex-husband at the time when the fiasco began of having to pay for permits that were even more than, before, of having to have things locked up in certain ways in the home. A gun has to have a certain cabinet, and then the ammunition has to have a certain box, right? And separated from each other. Our gun laws are huge of like where you can carry, how you can bring a gun to the gun range. There are certain people that have a permit for handgun depending on, what their stature is and why they would have that, but they can't just stick a gun beside them and drive to the range to use it. Not at all, right? So there's a lot of stuff. I'm not quite aware because, like I said, the gun registry fiasco that cost like Canada and people in general like so much money was such a shit show. And it's all about making things, money for the government. It never helped anybody be safer because we don't really have the gun issues the same way here, right? You can't just go out and buy a gun here, like the way that our stores don't have that. we have BB guns in stores, and hunting stores just don't look the same way as a regular store would.
I'm almost done.
Yeah. Do you want me to be?
I wanted to just holler.
Yeah. You don't want to just do it now so I can just keep doing this instead of putting you in the shower and sitting here by myself?
I guess.
Okay. So get your stuff ready and
Do you
when
want me to wash my hair?
I think so, eh? Yeah, get your stuff ready and I spoke to a guy yesterday, just pleasantries, and he told me he was carrying, and I didn't even know. It's weird. Oh, Cindy B. A lot of people are packing, and you guys don't know for sure. I watch Vigilance Elite, Sean Ryan, and the stuff, the stuff to conceal is like amazing that you guys have access to in America. Like, can't tell at all. And he says like, so no one has a gun, but people game hunt up there. My uncle used to fly a plane and buddy up once a lake and moose hunt once a year. No, that's the thing. People have guns, but they're not just out and about in the open, and you're only allowed to take them out to go for certain things. People who live in the bush, like my dad lives in the bush. So if he decides he wants to take his gun out and go shoot at the sand pit, he can, right? That's different. But just there's a lot of just stuff around it. Yeah, most of my son's friends carry 23s. Who are 23, sorry, carry guns. Yeah. And see, that's the thing is for me, I'm Canadian. I can't even imagine. You know what I mean? Like, shit. 23-year-olds have guns around here, but they're for hunting, right? They are for hunting. My son is really, really, really good shot. And he does the skeet, right? Where, you say pull and, like, my son, like, can shoot off like this. He doesn't even need to go like that. He shoots like that with his shotgun. He just kind of clicks it and shoots without even, like, having, like, that. He's really good. Which means I love fireworks big time, especially the cannons. I remember you have a machete now. That's scary. But that's the thing, my machete, and that's the thing. My machete is only scary when we think of anything that can happen with a machete with a human, right? Because my machete is for the bush. It's for the woods. Like, you know what I mean? It's not. And this is where that thing of, you know, the movies and the things of knives and certain things that scare us, but my machete is a bush machete, right? It's to help me beat a trail. I made the holder for my leg. She stays with me like this, and then I'm just ready to take her out. Like, if you see, like, look at this isn't some sort of samurai sort of pretty thing. Like, this is something that gets used, right? So it's a tool. It's not a weapon. This isn't, you know, this is not a weapon for me. I've had the violent situation in my life, Cindy. I had the violent situation in my life where there was the opportunity. I had a blade nearby where I had the choice. And thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not hurt another. And I did not choose to do that, to use that. Not at all. One of the worst and most harmful things anyone could ever think to protect themselves is a knife, because unless you actually have the ultimate knife skills and you're fucking John Wick, you're fucked. You're fucked. You're screwed. You don't use a knife. It won't protect you unless you actually know really what you're doing, because all it takes is one distraction and that knife is gone out of your hand, right? So, and besides, you know, I talk about these situations. Those aren't the situations that people manifest, and that's not where we're heading for as a collective, right? Yeah, there's no military stuff, Otto. It's less restrictions on long guns, shotguns, and rifles. So, yeah, you can't just go out and decide to buy a gun. You have to prove why and, you know, have all this stuff around it, you know? We don't have military stuff available, all that stuff. Nothing of that. So, do people find it in certain markets? Fuck yeah, you know? That we have gangs, we have stuff in here too, but it's not the same. It isn't. You know, I'm 48 and a half. I'm going to be 49 in not even a month. 49 years old, and the only handgun I've ever seen is, you know, on police officers or that type of service. Hang on. Yeah, so the only time I've ever seen a handgun is when there was a police officer that was part of our family unit that brought his gun, and I got to use it, because otherwise I've never manifested, and I never will manifest a situation like that either, because I'm not afraid of it. It's not part of my life path. Um, Aw, 9 minutes to showtime. I always try to open my door even a crack by 10 a.m. so others know I'm up and okay. That's beautiful, Eddie. Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, Eddie. Sometimes all a person needs is a 1 inch razor blade to save yourself. I mean, no. I'm sorry, Angelfish. Yeah, it's a hard subject. I don't mean to trigger you, honey. He killed himself with a gun, so I still don't know how I feel about guns anymore, and I used to love them. Yeah, sweetie. Me love you. Yeah. But that's the thing, is that internal healing, no matter what the way and the tool, is important, because, you know, some people die in a car, and then we have to still get in a car after, right? It's like, have you guys seen the movie Cake with Jennifer Aniston? She did such a great job in that movie. of, you know, what it's like to be in a car trauma and then just can't be in the car the same way after, right? And that movie, The Full Circle of just Cake, that movie. If you don't know about trauma, head trauma, what it's like to remember, to forget stuff, that movie is so amazing for helping someone to maybe understand a little bit of just the background of what it feels like to be coming from, you know, head wounds and like trauma where the memory is involved. It's a really important movie to me. I own 2 guns. Both were Smith & Wesson 38 Special. Road Trip Eddie. Then if someone who got caught with a restricted weapon, what does Canada do to the person? Does it matter if they are from America or not? I don't know, Eddie. This isn't something that I look into or that I know about. You know what I mean? Like, there is issues. People do stuff with guns. You know what I mean? Whether they be illegal or not, whether they be whatever. Really, if anybody comes from another country, then it's like any other country. They're going to be on the news and it's going to be made a big deal out of it. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Yeah, I suppose a weapon would have to be declared at the border, so it wouldn't matter. I never thought about that. Interesting. I'm not aware if Americans, just because y'all are allowed to like bear arms in the States, no, I don't see that you can't come here with your gun. I'm not aware of what the laws are. Like if you're allowed to, you know, if you're going through, because right now the borders are shut. It's a whole different world. But if 2 years ago somebody who was, you know, going, because a lot of times people are Canadian, but they have their passport, so they travel down below or on the side, whatever you want to call it, whatever type of earth you believe in, you know, that to bypass certain highways and take less time. Going through the states to get from the west coast to the east coast cuts about 2 to 5 hours depending on the routes. So some people, you know, do that. I don't know if somebody who has their weapon, most people must lie and pretend they don't and just hide it in their vehicle. I don't know, you know. Personally, the only reason I know any Americans is because I'm here talking to you guys, right? Because in my real life, I've only met Americans in passing. I dated one American once for, I don't know, 3 or 4 months, a dude from New York. We met in Niagara Falls, and then we re-met each other, and we had our, you know, our long distance, whatever. And to be honest, the fact that he was American, he had so many judgments about certain things about Canada that, like, a lot of it didn't make sense. There's Americans who really think that we're so freaking different, and then everything is just like, ooh, ah, and, like, you know, we're not different, and we have the same types of stuff, and like to be thought of and judged and nitpicked at just got weird. It got weird that there was this line of, you know, American Canada in somebody's mind, not, you know, physically. Because one of the first things that people, because some people from America are not even aware of what, you know, they still think we live in igloos in Canada or that we don't have electricity. You know, it's so ridiculous. And I never thought that was real. I always thought that was a joke, right? But some people really, like, I talked to somebody who said, I don't even consider Canada real. Canada's not even real to me. You're like Mexico. You don't exist. You're just there so we can get the products out of you. That's it. You don't exist. And it was like, that's how America sees itself. Like, it's just us. And all other countries just are insignificant, don't even, you know what I mean? It's so strange. But Alex, I've never even seen a real gun except during the military. We were with our gun day and night for a year. Is Romania like Switzerland where you must be enlisted in the military and do a certain amount of service? Because that's how Switzerland is. Or did you make that choice? Boom. Thank you. You answered it. Angie, during the communal dictatorship, there was no choice. It was mandatory. They look beautiful. Road trip, says Witch Moon. I love fireworks too, especially being right under them. Sometimes I would go north of Green Bay, Wisconsin on the bay, watch many different towns' fireworks shows at the same time. But they're not as fun from far away. I actually enjoy fireworks from far away better than close up, to be honest. A little farther so that the sound's not as loud, and just a little bit farther I prefer. Yeah, Witch Moon. Switzerland is like that as well. Not because they have a dictatorship, but that's just because of how they are. And my ex-husband his father's from Switzerland, and they always kept until a certain age the Swiss citizenship on a certain level. But for him to have actual ability to live there, he'd have to be in the military for a year, no matter how old, whatever. I don't know now that he's like whatever age, but Switzerland is like that, where it has the mandatory military. The military has been out since 1996 only. Yeah, me no like borders either. Emoji King. Road trip. How you doing, Mark G? Mark G and Alex G. How you guys? One above the other. That's funny. Emoji King. I know way too much about guns. I know you do, for sure. And it's such different mentality, right? Like my gun memories and stuff comes from being, a little Canadian girl with memories of hunting. As well, there's no trauma with guns in my close personal family. But, guns have been used for many different things that are just not that great around me. I just, we choose on a certain level what our things are as well, of what our traumas are, and I never chose that timeline of those traumas, if that makes any sense at all. Yeah, Emoji King, I don't like borders either. I just read my mind, Genevieve. You just read my mind. Right on. Yeah, Cindy, I got my first gun about 5 years ago. My husband got it for me for Christmas. Really needed to have one in the house with the state of the world. Yeah, Witch Moon. Men here are required to sign up or register for the draft within, I think, a year of turning 18. I think this is so wrong. If you feel called to serve your country, that's beautiful. But I'm totally against being forced to being in the military. I as well. And when you say here before, just after they're 18, have to be registered, is that Texas or all of the states? Yeah. Thank you, Eddie. That's important. If you have arms, then make sure you practice. It's like a guitar. The more, the better. Please, anyone. Don't be a fool and have a firearm and then not the experience behind it. Practice that thing. If you have that thing and if you ever think you're going to hold it up any time in your life, you need to know that gun. You do not just have a gun in your house and then randomly just grab it and think you know what you're doing. And that's the same thing when I did my first aid CPR course, eh? That's what he said, is that you don't just do a first aid CPR course and then never consider what you need to do in a situation. It's important. You either keep your book around or you refresh. You think about what the steps are. Like you don't just think that you know how to give mouth to mouth and then all of a sudden, like fucking 3 years later, you get on your knees and do it. Consciously put forth the effort to remind yourself what needs to be done in certain steps. And one of the best ways, like the instructor said, is when you're in situations with your children to talk openly about what should we do if there's a fire? What should we do if this happens? You know, I've said it to Lily Rose often. It's just the two of us, man. Especially when we were four months on the road. It's just the two of us. Does she know how to grab my phone and call for help if there's nobody around? You know, like if I choke, does she understand what to do? You know, certain things. Yes, Mark G, I recognize you, your second channel. Yeah, beautiful. Well said. My family held guns to defend the underdogs. It cost two of us our lives. You got rid of all your guns? Right on, Emoji King. Totally get it. Yes, Cindy B, I as well have lost people to suicide with guns and different ways. So wow, you're supposed to go to the post office as register when you turn 18. You're supposed to update that address every time you move. Wow, I didn't know that. See, I didn't know that, and I don't mean this out of disrespect, but it's just like, I'm Canadian, and how can any country, any one person think that they were ever free if they had to sign something when they were 18 that they could be drafted? I didn't know about that. I thought only like, you know, Vietnam brought that type of fear into people. I know that around 9/11 and even last year, there's talk of certain things of draft, but I don't look into it. Why? Because it's not my timelines. And that being said, not looking into certain things, it just doesn't affect me. You agree? You saw Cake as well, Cindy B? Yeah, that movie, I don't watch a lot, and when I do, there's a reason. And that movie came to me at a time when I needed it for understanding a lot of things. And ever since then, and it had already begun before that, but I attract people with certain traumas and certain injuries because of the way that because of the way I see people. That thing in me that doesn't expect people to act a certain way allows for people who have been through trauma, especially memory trauma, to be themselves with me fast. So meaning other adults that have had head trauma injuries especially, and then all their life they meet new people and they get, you know, they have to go through the rigmarole of explaining certain things of why they remember something or why they don't. They don't need to do that with me the same way. Or they try and then they realize they don't need to. It's a little bit like when I meet somebody who has Asperger's, or, you know, like just autism on a high spectrum. Parents of children will be like all blah 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 explaining to me what their kid has, and it's like half of me, it's hard to not just say like, could you just be quiet? We get this, we're on it. I don't need you to, you know. And I say this, and it's coming back to me when I was in Nova Scotia last year at the one spot that was one of my favorite camping spots. I have a picture. I even put it up on Instagram. It's the one with the plane and the tent. Angel Fish. It's on Instagram. When I stayed at that camping spot, Lily Rose was playing with a little boy, and the dad was doing something, and he was fixing something somewhere. And then, you know, Lily Rose and the little boy are playing, and I'm well aware I don't need the labels to come to me, but because a parent does this to help their child and help other people, the father came and told me, you know, my child is autistic, and gives me some information, and I looked at him and I was like, I knew. And he's like, how did you know? Most people, you know. And I was like, I knew by the way he opened the fence to get into the park. The way he opened the fence to get into the park, because there was a little gate, because it was all cute in a little park that's enclosed, like for fun, not, you know, you must stay in here, but it was a cute little gate. The way he looked at the gate, the way he made sure the gate was shut, and just, I knew just by that. And the father, when we were having the interaction, he's like, that feeling of, he looked at me and he's like, this doesn't happen to me very often where I don't have to explain a lot of things. And I was like, you don't have to explain anything. And if anything, just keep doing what you're doing. And my eye and ear is on them enough that they feel like they gravitated towards each other. They're already doing good. And as a parent, I'm already like right here close. So like, keep on doing your woodworking and your stuff you're doing. I'm close. So, you know, I got your kids back as well as mine, and I understand like where your kid's coming from before you even tell me. Like, I could tell. I know. Frequency doesn't lie. Witch Moon, I've renewed my CPR and first aid since I was 16, y'all. This is so important. Even children need to be taught simple things so they don't panic. Yes, and the most basic, simplest things to teach children is when you're playing games, don't scream for help unless somebody needs help. When you're playing games and one child gets hurt, stay near the child and scream for help. When you're playing games and one child gets hurt and there's more than one of you, one person stays with the injured, another runs for help. One thing that Lily Rose and any child that we've ever played with understands is these basic things. Don't play games where you're calling for help around me, because I don't care whose kid you are, I will mama bear you to say that's not okay. It's not okay to be on a beach and 3 kids are yelling, playing a game, screaming for help over there, but you got 50 other kids that are not screaming for help, and those kids don't need help, they're playing a game. That's just, that doesn't fly with me. I don't care where I am, and I'll leave a place if it gets like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just ridiculous. You don't play games screaming for help. Certain things that just, when the kids were all in the water together and there was waves, one of the things that I said to the kids was like, what would you do if Lily Rose went underwater right now? And one of the little boys just kind of looked at me, and the other little boy was like, he did this as if he would grab her. And I was like, that's it. You don't take the time. You grab by the head, you bring up, and you scream, scream, scream. You don't wonder if you should help. You don't ask her if she needs your help. You pull up and you scream for help. Because that's the thing, is that you can have even grown adults in a situation and they have no idea, 0 idea what to do if anything happens. Wow, Trippy, are you kidding me? The only way you can't be drafted in America is to be an only child? Wow. Just gonna let that pass through. Road trip. Where is everyone else? Calling Agony and get some money. Agony and get some money. Where you be? It's 12:15 Eastern time. Wow. If you are an only child, you can't be drafted to do the fact you have to continue your family's bloodline. Oh, even my stomach. Did you hear my stomach? Tree Hugger Dave! Dude! I was thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. I didn't say it out loud. I haven't said it out loud, but I called you. Called you inside of me. You're here. I'm just going to catch up with the chat. How are you? Tree Hugger Dave. Thanks for checking in. I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you because last night I was explaining how, you know, Glitch and Bravery, and I was thinking about you, and I'm like, I'm not going to bring him up because I'm already diverging from what we're talking about, but that whoop whoop. Yes. That's awesome comment, Tree Hugger Dave. Sometimes most don't realize we can slip into the vibrational frequency of Asperger's even if normally not in that mode. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for saying that because
Cat's on your bed.
thanks. Autism, Asperger's, all of these things, they're a frequency. They're a frequency that freaks people out, so we've been told it's not good and let's like do all this stuff and think all this stuff, but it's a frequency. Richmond says only child has to sign up for selective service or emergency. That came about after Vietnam. Gary Daniel Sullivan. Who is that cool name? How you doing that way? Road Trip Eddie. I have Asperger's. Love you, Eddie. I'm gonna take a second. Dude, what? Did you get a text?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Renee.
What did she say?
She said good morning before I didn't look at it. I didn't see it, I guess, I don't know. And then I said good morning back, and then I said, I didn't realize that you texted me earlier, and then I don't know what you said back.
Oh, okay. If you need me to read it or help you, let me know. Are you an only child, Nicholas? Is that how you know this? Just wondering. My husband is a military man. He was a sharpshooter in the Navy. That way, I don't know. I can't figure it out. I'm doing being. Bottom line, that way, are you okay today? Yes or no? Without any wordplay. Today, are you okay? Yes or no? Oh, my tummy. Can you hear it? Hi, Mary Wins. How you doing, sweetie? Welcome. I've been on for 2:40. It's 12:21. You came in at 12:21 Eastern Time. Mary Wins, December 17th. Yes. Emoji King. Graduated Scout Sniper School on my 20th birthday. I got sidetracked on my way to India. Boom. The word India is right here. Fuck. He just put it up. It's funny because my eye just looked at India and I thought it said Indiana because of Nicholas in there. And boom, not even 2 minutes later, you wrote it down. This is what's beside me. It's one of my treasures I found at a thrift shop once. I just love it so much. It's one of my favorite boxes. It's one of my favorite boxes ever. It's the big box with this map on it. Makes me happy. To be honest, I haven't even examined it, and I've had it for 4 years. I think there's some stuff in here that's important. Hello? Had a choice between 9 months in Delheim House of Correction or the military. Well, I know it's taboo sometimes still to thank people for their service, but I do thank you for your service, even if I'm Canadian. I hope that you're proud of your family and your lineage for everything, and that just we're heading towards a world where we don't have this anymore because of all the people who sacrificed their life to show us what we want as a collective for a better world, right? So, honor. Yeah, road trip, Eddie. I love that you say that. It's beautiful to know yourself that way. I function if I want to. Haha, I'm retired now, officially just a few months ago. And that realization is slow to become to me, even though I haven't really officially worked in over 17 years. Yeah. Thanks for mentioning it, for saying it that way, Eddie. It's important. It's important, and you just told the masculine version of what someone spoke of yesterday, of the feminine version of us. For us, it's our body. It's our body that tells us when our menstruations stop, and that accepting the in-between of the two different worlds, right? So, that's an important step. Tree hugger, every day to live just for today is the subtlest way to allow serenity to find us. Well said, tree hugger Dave. Every day to just live for today, for is the door, is the subtlest way to allow serenity to find us. Hey, Heal the World for Love 369. Ophiuchus? Am I saying it right? Ophiuchus healer. How's your day? Aw, watching you while holding the phone on my chest, doing my stretches with Genevieve. Oh, right on. Amplify them so I feel stretched out too then. Because, ugh. Yes, beautiful soul, the 17. Thank you so much. I love you all. It's the anniversary of a very important day to heal. Sending love to you all. Thank you. Yeah, Cindy, it's a good way to stay in the moment. Okay, you're in awe? Good. Okay. Awe is past. Okay, that's good. Free flow. Saturn just entered Capricorn before the great Jupiter conjunction. Merry Christ Mass, wake up, call the bride of Christ has risen. Yeah. I feel it. I feel the lightness of being. I feel it all. Enjoy. Thank you for bringing Mary Magdalene into this stream just by writing that down. Enjoy your stream. Thank you for what you're doing and your visibility of Mary Magdalene. What helps one helps all. Yes, be very proud in the most beautiful way ever, Emoji King. Thank you for understanding what I'm saying. There's channels lately that just were putting such a focus on seeing things in a way that it's like, but no, don't discredit it. Nothing was in vain. Like the vulture card that I keep pulling, no effort was ever in vain. Everything was for a reason. Yes, healing the shame and trauma. We are not here to perpetuate more shame or trauma. We're here to heal it. We're here to heal it. There's a comfort around my 3 last live streams that makes it very hard for me to want to stop. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it's amazing. It's like a flow of just like being so grounded and comfortable here in a way that I've never felt before, no matter how I've ever enjoyed doing my own live streams. There's a comfort, something different in the last 3. I haven't pinpointed it yet to really understand it, but I freaking love it. I like it. I love it. I not only want more of it, but it's just, I don't know if it's the lightness of being that's coming into the energies on a collective, or if it's my own personal energy. I don't know what it is yet. And me saying it out loud is kind of like asking for the answer to come to me, but it is really powerful. Yeah, Cindy B, there are no coincidences. None. Eddie, the happiness is finally coming over me. Love you all. Okay, free flow. I had fainting spells again. Have to have the heart monitor 30 days now. Please pray for me and panic disorder. I am. And really, sweetie, please understand that a lot of the dizziness, the flow, the palpitations are happening to us all of us. And we must be, feel calm in the eye of the storm when that feeling is inside of our body. You are safe. You are loved. And everything that's happening through our body is so big. I know, sweetie, I fainted unconscious. I lost consciousness on the floor alone. And that's the thing. I know that. And that's why when I come in here and say I'm in oracle mode and I have to stop all of a sudden or these things, is because the energies are so strong and we're so lifted and there's so much stuff coming through, especially all this Mary Magdalene work that you're doing. And we have a fear of losing consciousness, okay? That's ingrained because we fall, we could hurt ourselves. And this is something that, intermittently I've put out in the live streams or my videos. I've made actual videos warning people to be careful. Don't drive unless you're sure of yourself. Do not stand in your kitchen without leaning on your counter and always be ready to grab that counter and falling down softly. Because a part of being in the oracle mode is that we fall into the ethers. So it's instant. And it's not, it's so scary because if we don't know it's coming and we allow for because in the in-between space of passing out is where you're grabbing the information that you're bringing back for these live streams. That's where you're grabbing it, is in those unconscious moments. You went so far into the other that, that's why. So that's the thing, is this happens and then more information comes out. Yeah, baby girl. Sometimes it's not that it's too much channeling, but it has to be it's like I tell people, I'm not in the loop. I don't work. I don't go do a job. Why? Because all of a sudden I have to leave. I cannot be present in all of my form doing something for someone else because they need me to do it. So my body is ready at all times for all of these things. And like last night, I don't know what time did this happen, because yesterday it was 6 what time was it? I took a screenshot. It was 6:43, I think it was. I gotta check. No, it was 6. Hang on. Blah, 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 blah. I keep repeating. Did I take the fucking screenshot or not? I didn't take the screenshot. Shit. Okay, I didn't take the screenshot. It was 16:43. 18:43 Eastern time. It was 6:45. And I said to Lily, I said, I'm so tired. And she's like, ooh, it's going to be a long night then for you to wait to want to fall asleep. And I looked at her, I was like, I'm going to lay down right now. She's like, are you right now? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to lay down right now. And I went and laid down. And if I hadn't, I would have passed out. I told Lily Rose, I have only a certain amount of time to get to the bed. I only have a certain amount of time to get to the bed. And I went and laid down. It was about, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes. When I woke up from that, I was refreshed. I was like, I looked at Lily and I was like, oh my God, will you let me do another live stream? And she's like, a nighttime one? Sure. I was so guided after I woke up to come in and do a live stream. It was about 45 minutes, an hour after or something. I was so guided to just come in and do a night stream. And I went for hours. And all the cards that I pulled, sweetie, all the cards that I pulled were all had a 7. I pulled 8 7s last night. I probably will never take the time to rewatch the 3.5 or 4 hour stream. It was actually the minutes of the stream ended altogether last night ended in 17, so total of 8. So the minutes of my stream yesterday ended in a total of 17 and then 8. You know, so matching with the date, matching with the cards, matching with everything. And that's the thing is, after the live stream, I was like, whoo, like I would have had more. I would have needed the one-on-one of like figure the stuff. And that's the thing is, I probably won't be able to take the 3.5 hours to rewatch myself to get my own activations or to hear the things that I said when I don't really remember what flowed out of me, because I was guided to be there and let it flow. I'm sorry you were alone. I understand how scary it is for you. Yes, thank you, Angelfish. I got anxiety attacks under control when we realized it's a collective, not my own. Thank you. I did fall hard, twisted my knee. It hurts so bad. I'm limping. Okay, I'm sending energy towards your knee. You did grab the counter? You fell and twisted it 2 nights ago. I went to the doctors again and the heart center. It's so challenging. Whew. Yeah, breathe. You're being asked to do so much, to bring your energy to so many places, free flow. I'm so proud of you. I love you. I manifested something yesterday. Okay, we're in the moment. I cut myself when I screamed no, and I will not bleed. I will not. I don't want to walk around with a cut on my hand for fucking 2 or 3 days. And as the blood was wanting to come out, I was pushing it away, saying no, no, no. So even if the pain is already in your knee, ask it what it needs to teach you. Okay? Is it asking you to take a break and not put out more? Or is it just, what is it trying to teach you, that pain in your knee? A thing that's coming to me is that it's more for others. It's like you're being used, free flow, for the ultimate trigger for everyone else around you, of standing in your sovereignty, right? So it's not just because you fell and passed out that everybody has to start watching you again in a certain way, right? Not at all. Not at all. There's no part of you that's crazy. There's no part of you that's got a lot of stuff. You are so tuned into the energies that you passed out. And there's nothing to forgive yourself for because of that, okay? And that's what's coming, is that this isn't so that people like fucking baby you more. No. You're okay. Ask the knee what it needs to show you to let it pass through and be done. My healing is coming towards you. You have to know why you need that. If it's supposed to stay, well, why? Because if it's saying like, yeah, you hurt your knee so that you calm down today and you don't do anything, you're not doing anything for anyone but yourself. You know, like, know what the message is for you.
What does he say on those two?
What was your chocolate today? What was your chocolate in the calendar?
Oh.
Emoji King, I miss my brothers, and my dad visited me in a dream. Very powerful experience. Beautiful. So you're getting the full circles in your dream time, Emoji King. Yeah. We get so excited and so happy, Free Flow, because there's so much information pouring through, and we have the courage and the knowledge to pass it through to others. We're not afraid anymore to share it. So we can get very just excited, and so much stuff coming in. So much stuff coming in, but it's okay to say to Source, to the universe, like, whoa, slow down the pony train, man. Slow it down. Because all of these knowings are not going to slip away from us. They're not going to bypass us, even if in a given moment it's like, whoa, nope. And sometimes it's us taking on too much, right? Thank you guys, Cindy B and Tree Hugger Dave, holding space for you, Free Flow, divine sovereign being that you already are. Enjoy your life. I'm so proud of you. Yes, I roll when I fall, but then the elbows are fragile. Oh, Angelfish, I hear this, G. Thanks for putting it into words. My birthday is January 7th. January 7th, not today. Today's not my birthday. I thought you were just saying that to be nice to me. But it can be my birthday. I don't know why I get excited. Nothing happens on my birthday, but hey. Oh, Cindy B, I lost my dad when I was 14, and his dream visits got me through. I love you for saying that. Thank you, Cindy B. In my blended family, my last relationship that I had with Christopher, his children, their mother had passed 3 years before I came into their life. So I was a stepmother to children who lost their mother. And not only did they lose their mother, like just in an instant, they went to school and they came home from school and she had died. She was in the kitchen. They found her as well. So, you know, for years, that thing of my connection with Sherry, because she's the one that guided me to the children. And even now, my connection with Sherry. And but it was an important thing. The children were, I think it was 10 and 11 or 9 and 10 when she passed away. So although they had a solid youth of a mother who embedded her love into them, they already were losing memory and couldn't remember things. And so those were the beautifulest mornings when they would wake up and say that they had dreamed of their mom. When they had dreamed of their mom, it was amazing feeling. Emoji King, anyone having health issues, physical, emotional, spirits, please go to Dr. Robert Morse, Morse, on YouTube. Are you asking me if I've looked at my full name in the Geometria calculator? Or asking other people? Road trip Eddie, I love you, tree hugger. I hug trees too. I travel and live in the forest every summer with pine and oak. Tree hugger, did you feel it? I felt that same wave last night. Swirl, spin, vomit. Pass out on couch in less than 5 minutes. Awoke today at sunrise. Whoa, dude. For no wonder you're here today. Because, yeah, it was... you've been on my mind since before the live stream. But especially during the live stream last night when I was saying how... you know, certain things came together with Tribe, with Bravery, and da-da-da. And, yeah, you were in the void. No wonder I was thinking about you so much and that you chose to listen to the call and come in. Because that's the thing. I've already been here for 3 hours and I was solidly guided to, like, get up and come do this again. This is my only thing that I have right now that I'm guided to do. And, thank you for speaking of it, Tree Hugger Dave, because it helps for those that, you know, it's never happened to, that it could happen to. I'm so sad. My ring just broke. Is it a mood ring? Asks Alice, and that's my first question too. Is it a mood ring? Because my mood ring is still broken from a long time. You're a minute behind. It glitched. You're... Cindy B, I'm with you of that, what you say. I hear you, but I'm over the military. Yeah, same. But I'll only send pure positive and beautiful energy towards it because I'm over it. And I want to make sure that the rest of the timeline that we're still working to pull in goes as beautifully and smoothly as possible. That's awesome if you love your job. It's important. That's where we see when you don't want to retire because you love your job and you're doing your passion or anything that you enjoy doing, then there's no limit. You don't want to stop. Aw. Emoji King shared his birthday 2/24/21, and Angie says, that's my godmother's birthday. She passed 20 years ago. Thanks for sharing that. I love that you share that, Witch Moon, and see that Emoji King shared something and how fast it is to just feel connected, that synchronicities bring us together, that they give us those feelings. The more we speak and put things in collectively together, the more we rise. Thank you for that, Tree Hugger. I find that staring at the sacred geometry symbol of the flower of life helps to soothe the intense ripples of these vortex waves. Yeah, Angelfish, we don't have nothing, so the loss of small treasures hurts. It's not fixable, Angelfish? Sometimes it's not fixable so that it's pretty as a ring, but you can wrap a bunch of copper or something around it and make it into a necklace, right? It's not, no matter what, it's not completely dead. There's something you can do with it. You know, you could wrap it up and put it in a, like, maybe you have a locket, right? Put it in a little locket, and then make a pouch for it. It's not lost or dead. It's just broken in a different way. Like, if it can't be fixed to make a ring again, make it into something else. Make one earring out of it if you wear earrings. You know what I mean? Make something else out of it. All you need is a little bit of pieces to make something into something. Okay? Yeah, put it in a medicine bag. Just make something with it, Angel. I know it hurts, but maybe it's just not meant to be a ring anymore that can be worn on a hand. It becomes a pendant worn close to the heart, right? I don't have my mood ring close, but that's what I did to my mood ring. And I still wish it would be fixed because, you know, it's so perfect. Thank you, G. The kids are very concerned. I have to stop crying in their breakfast. That's okay. Allow the tears. I started crying earlier and Lily Rose came running from the other room, right? Allow the tears to pass through and then show them that this broke. It was one of my favorite things. That's why it hurt. And I'm going to make it into this. It's going to become this. It's so the most beautiful thing, Angelfish. It's broke but not lost. If you drop that thing outside, you could be years wishing to find it again, right? You still have it. It's just broken. It's like us. We're a bunch of broken souls and we're still here. We're not completely gone and lost and in the reeds and not findable. Right? Yes, Witch Moon, it's important. Mommy tears teach compassion as well. Parents who do not show their children tears raise children who don't have any idea how to deal with the tears of other people. So it's one thing to say to your kids, it's okay to cry, but you have to show them that example. It's important for kids to have a soggy breakfast once in a while because mom cried all the way through breakfast. And although that might be like, the what? No, mom should be in the back and she should like do herself up. She should cry alone and then she should come out with, you know, all brave and serve breakfast and pretend nothing happened. No, that's how, you know, intergenerationally people were raised, where they had no idea why mom's frequency was not good because mom was looking at them saying, everything's fine, let's play this, let's do that, let's put band-aids on everything, instead of just showing your child what deep pain is. It hurts when something that we love gets broken. To show your kids that they love something, they're going to get upset about it and it's going to be okay. We love you. I love that you share that because the breaking open is that thing where, like you said, I have nothing. So the smallest treasure is the biggest one, right? And that's the thing, is that a little bit is like, oh my God, does everything I love have to be taken away from me now? The being stripped of self and broken open, right? Like sometimes it's enough. We need the good stuff too, right, Angelfish? You got the day's best news. I still have time to get your card there on time. Your Pisces daughter might be your best one. Hey Alex, I'm well. Trying to get the mental focus to start the ski season, says Tree Hugger Dave. Yes. And Witch Moon says, yes, Mom, go deep breathe, let go, and peace. Moji King, you were 14 as well when your father passed? You do? You make mood rings? Are you kidding me? I want one. I don't want one. I don't wear rings. Can you make a moon necklace? Yeah. Yes, Cindy B. It's little things, but those, just that knowing, the numbers, the shared synchronicities. Your mood ring is on your left pinky. Road Trip Eddie, I'm not dependent on these shows, I don't think, but I can't imagine my days without these times and meetings. No, you are not addicted or dependent. You are in a co creative, manifesting a new world, and this is our tool to be able to do that right now. Okay? The one thing that can prove you're not dependent on it, Eddie, you come in the live stream that you can, and when you have to go, you leave. You have fixed your stuff that you were supposed to do. Um, you bring energy when you come in. You elevate by passing through. So the time you take to invest in coming in to the channels that you choose to come speak with, especially me, you are helping me keep my vibration up so I can do this. Like really, truly, Eddie. And like when you see how much time you're actually on it during the summer and it's really warm out and all that, and then you think back of now, it's two different timelines, right? In the summer, we're not as present, we're not watching so many things. In the winter, we do. And it's important if we back away thinking like I'm too much time on my device. But if that's where you're guided to be, that's why we're here. Hey, Shan Camp. I'm here because Meep told me about you. Thank you. Meep is really special for me. We just found each other not so long ago. Like, I'm trying to think if the cat came first or if Meep, if it was even the same day. But he's solid in my reality, near or far, present or not. Very, very strong, amazing person. Thank you for commenting and saying that, Shan Camp. I appreciate it. If you like and if you answer to that question, can I ask, where are you in the world? Just to kind of get a little bit of a, like, where you are. I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada, in Ontario, if you know Canada at all. Witch Moon, the medicine bag, yeah. Yeah, what a wonderful thing to say, Eddie. Says Cindy, I feel the same way because I'm so fond of all of you. You helped me through. And Cindy, it's important. Like, remember, I've always said it. Follow the giggles, they lead the way. Follow the shivers, they lead the way. So when you're in a live stream or you're in somewhere that you usually go to, but it doesn't feel good that day, it's not making you feel shivery, it's not making you feel giggly, it's not giving you anything, then you leave that time, right? So staying anywhere that's not the right frequency doesn't feel good anyways. So we know by how we feel. Are we judging ourselves by saying we're addicted to being, watching other people when it's not really an addiction? It's a flow between us that happens, and that the more we actually interact and come into live streams, even if we just pop in and say hello, our frequency is seen, felt, intertwined, enmeshed together, stronger and stronger and stronger every day. Like Bravery this morning, he popped in as he was getting ready for work. He can't come back. He could be back listening as he's at work, but he can't take the time to keep on like checking in. He can't. Then he puts himself in danger. He's doing his job. His attention's not in the now, but he could be listening to me or another live stream or another video, right? And that's the amazingest part. I love it. Oh, you're welcome, Shannon. It's nice to see you. I love when new people comment. One of the things that I always try to think is like, because I'm in my live stream and I'm talking and I don't have anything around me saying like, or repeat over and over. Like, if you're new, come in and talk, right? Because I try to make it that the frequency already is as inviting that someone just knows. You don't have to be a part of the names that I say. One of the reasons I say all the names out loud as much as I can when I talk is so that when somebody else watching a live stream, they can understand where the comments are coming from, to be able to find the channels, or be like, like when somebody else is watching this live stream, if anybody ever watched the 3.5 hours of it, but somebody would be like, oh, Shan Camp, I know her or him or this person or that person, all these names I know from another channel. so that they know that they're in here. So somebody who's never watched me comes in for the first time, sees, here's your name, here's another name, and is like, whoa, that's why I was guided to be in there, because these frequencies that I found on these channels, right? And there's already between Meep and I of like other people. It's amazing. Oh, that's beautifully written. Witch Moon, your tears are silver moon drops of the human souls. Thank you, Cindy B. That's beautiful. Thanks. Witch Moon, that came from a deep place where the captain sails the mighty seas. Alex says, hey, Shan Camp, you're here because it's your choice, not because someone else told you. And she's like, well, yeah, Alex, but I wouldn't have known about G if it not had been for Meep. And thank you, because you know what? At the beginning, at some point, because I've been on for 3 hours, at some point I was talking about someone who had a big channel who wants to promote me more. And I said, go slow, Meep. I told Meep literally, I said, send me the people or just little bits. Like I said, don't try to shove me out there and have like whatever. But I told him just send whatever you think. Like I said, you can make a video if you so choose, but like I said, send what you know to send that will feel amazing for them and I, for us all, type of thing. It's neat. You lost your father 7 years ago, Angelfish? Alex G says, meep, I love Tony. Yeah, me too. Me too. Angelfish, Spirit wants me to start a live talk show. Right on. Witch Moon, necklace, bracelets, rings, keychains, some stone beads, whatever, and sometimes I'll play with wire wrapping. Yeah, like me, I do about the same stuff. A little bit of everything. You're in Maryland? Whoa, that's so cool. And boom, Mary Wins is here. So Mary Energy, Maryland. Oh, that's awesome. Ooh, right on. You're near where they filmed the Blair Witch Project. That's so cool. One of the things I loved when I was in BC, where they filmed Rambo. In Hope, BC, where they filmed Rambo, part of Rambo, I think it was. And near the areas of certain movies. Around here, they're filming a lot of stuff right now as well. I've never watched one movie that they filmed from here. There's some things that are like really big movies. I don't even know the names of them to plug them to you to say, hey, watch that movie. The backdrop is us. Downtown here has been is decorated sometimes year round for Christmas because of the movies that they make here. So they discovered the area that we're strategically placed because we have all the infrastructure like restaurants and housing and motels.
Tell them about the time that you ate fake snow.
I will. So we have all the infrastructure to be able to house and have people come in from far. We even have an airport. But we're in such proximity to the waters and the bush and the land that's needed. And then our infrastructure is just city enough for them to be able to capture what they need of parking lots and certain spaces. So a lot of movies filmed around here. A lot of Christmas Hallmark type of movie specials were filmed around here in the last couple of years because of the snow availability and things like that. The terrain, the farmhouses and farmland that are in the movies are here. Aw, Shan says my best friend's name is Sin. In the Natty, Cincinnati. Sin in the Natty. Tree hugger Cindy. I grew up in Lex South of and lived in Hyde Park for a couple years decades ago working at Don Pablo's. Yeah, Witch Moon. If you rewatch the live stream, you can see that everybody's channeling their energy into one space, which Genevieve opens. It's a magical thing to check out. Thank you. Just let your love flow like a mountain stream. I can't remember the rest of the song. I didn't even sing it in tune, but where did I hear that song? Just let your love flow like a mountain stream. Is that Kenny Rogers? Is it Kenny Rogers? I can't have it at the tip of my tongue. I think it's Kenny Rogers. Is it the Bellamy Brothers? If the Bellamy Brothers get me cut, oh well. 2 ads, of course. Here, Eddie.
There's a reason for the sunshine sky, and there's a reason why I'm feeling so high. Must be the season when that love light shines all
Love light shining. Where's Love Light, California?
so let that feeling grab you deep inside and send you reeling where your love can't hide, and those feelings through the moonlit nights with your lover. Just let
Let your love flow like a mountain stream. Let your love flow.
with the smallest of dreams and let your love show, and you'll know what I mean. It's the season.
See, Eddie, I'm not gonna lie, Eddie. If I had somebody who played guitar, hook me up with that song, I could actually sing that song. But I know, me waiting, me only get to yap and just talk all the time. Someday, the rest will come. That's a perfect song for my live streams, just saying. Me just need the back to be able to do the other stuff. I'm gonna let you guys just kind of, I'm not gonna read all the comments of like where people are living because I want to just catch up to this stream. Road trip Eddie, help. Is it okay to warm or boil milk if you're going to use it for coffee? I don't know. I've never done it before and I'm trying to make Frappuccino. Yeah, I think Frappuccinos needs lightly boiled milk or warm milk. For sure. I don't know. I don't really make that stuff. But yes, just don't let milk boil because then it gets a flavor that's not good. If milk boils, like you just, when there's a little bubble or when you start to see a little bit of steam, you don't want milk to boil and just like, it just, because it builds up a warm, like it's really gross at the bottom really fast. And the taste just changes the more that you do anything to it. WKRP in Cincinnati. You warm up your milk all the time? Yeah, some people actually warm it up to make sure it doesn't make their coffee cold, right? Doesn't need to be in history. It's truly amazing how Ohio and Washington, yeah, so many things in motion, from politics to movies. That's an awesome song, eh, guys? I love it. How's it going, Elf herself? It's sun shining bright. Yes, us as well. I got sunshine too. We got sunshine too. Oh, I'm at 10% battery. Oh, nice. Tree Hugger Dave. I just took the track down the Pacific Coast from Montana to Portland and down to Sacramento. Oh, nice, man. I would, oh. Yeah. Great nature meditation. Just looking out the window. Heck yeah. Yeah, boil over is no good. Boil over is no good. No good at all. Yeah. There are some recipes. What's the word? I think in English the expression would be scalded milk, where the flavor of scalded milk is necessary for the flavor of the dessert. But there's a fine line between what burnt is and what scalded is. You know what I mean? That's where there's a little bit of mastery into really like understanding heat. And yeah, milk is tricky. It's tricky to rock around, it's tricky. Yeah, milk is tricky, and milk is tricky in that way that it doesn't even look like it's close to boiling, and then all of a sudden it's everywhere in your fucking kitchen and on your stove, right? It doesn't explode, but milk grows very fast. It has a very low boiling point, so like water will start to boil and it'll go like this, right? And if you have a pot of water, like if let's say you have a pot like this big and it's got this much water, eventually water might like go like pss, 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 but it's not going to boil over. Whereas if you have this much milk in this big of a pot, it's gonna, it's like it becomes something different. It's a whole other science experiment to boil water or to boil milk. Right? And it's like so basic, but if you make chocolate milk with kids, like let's just say, if you boil water to make chocolate milk, or if you boil milk to make chocolate milk, it's two different worlds. And that's why people will use a double boiler, Eddie, where you have a water bath, so it's not touching directly. Use a water bath or a double boiler. Yeah, just warm enough so things blend. Just do like me and drink cold coffee, Eddie. I've been drinking the same coffee for 4 freaking hours. I think I got it in my mouth. I know, that song. As soon as I saw the line, the kind of melody came up, but I wanted the rest. I have heard it in my reality lately, but I can't specifically remember like what day, what time, or what synchronicity, but that is a song that I've heard lately. And one of the reasons is that I'll do like, I'll commonly just listen to Spotify and put a random playlist that's not my own that I built from different generations to get these songs just randomly. Yeah, Eddie, close the door so the milk doesn't run out. Yeah, don't have a double boiler. I do have a heat dispenser. And for a double boiler, it doesn't need to be a professional one. You could just put this hanging, like make a pot, right? Pot of water, and then this would be hanging on the side with the milk, just so that this didn't have contact with the bottom and that your milk is protected by the water bath, and then your water can't burn because it's hanging, like, you know, just a cup, your water's boiling, and then your milk. So, Run DMC. You caught that one, eh? It's tricky to rock around, it's tricky. Yeah. good one. I love poached eggs, Triugger Dave. Bonus to the double boiler is you can also poach your eggs while you're also heating milk in the same pot. I'm trying to think because you can poach salmon. I'm not really into salmon these days. I don't think it tastes good, but when I had my restaurant, I would poach salmon and milk. Salmon, milk, and dill. I would poach it that way. But I wouldn't use that milk for the coffee after, eh? Everybody makes flavored coffees. Flavored salmon milk coffee. Has anybody ever invented that? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be rich and famous because I'm gonna call Starbucks right now and see if they have poached salmon milk fucking coffee on the fucking thing. They're gonna make a new Starbucks coffee just because of me. Actually, I probably won't call Starbucks because I don't go there. They wouldn't know who I was. I'm gonna call Tim Horton. I'm gonna call Tim Horton right now and say I have a new idea for a flavored coffee. New idea for a flavored coffee. Whoa, that's so cool, Eddie. You have 9,000 songs on your memory card and you don't have that song. It's amazing. I'm gonna ask you for a song. I'm gonna pick a random freaking song out of the blue and see if you have it on your 9,000 song playlist. Yeah. Starbucks salmon flavored. I know, I figured I'd go with Starbucks angelfish because they're fucked in the head and they'll put anything in coffee, right? Tim Hortons, not so much. We stay trendy, only what's really popular. We try to get the rest of the Starbucks crowd. The crowd that ain't addicted to Starbucks, if you put one little espresso shot, they'll come. One little espresso shot, they'll come. I honestly, I'm a rural girl. We didn't have Starbucks when I came from. So when I got to British Columbia in 2010, I was like, oh my God, there's a Starbucks. And it's so close to my house. And I went into it and then she asked me, I forget the barista question she asked me. And I was just like, looking at the board. This is me in 2010 in British Columbia at Starbucks. And looking at the board. And then I look at her and I was like, I just want a fucking coffee. I just want a coffee with 2 sugars and 2 creams. And then she asks me a bunch of questions to figure out, and I just looked at her. I was like, I just want a coffee. Could you suggest a coffee, please? Because by then I'm going bonkers because there's just too many fucking options. So she's finally decided which she's going to suggest to me from her professional barista experience and me not, being over glad that there's all these choices. And then you know what she says to me? You know what she says to me? That fucking coffee that, took forever to figure out to get was like $4 fucking bucks. And here, take the cup, go put the cream and sugar in it yourself, baby. I don't do that for you. And I'm like, what? You seriously are not putting the shit in my coffee? You're telling me to go to the little stand there? I gotta do it myself? And there's not even a spoon. So I got a stick, a fucking wooden stick, to stir my coffee. And I just paid like $1.50 for it. So yeah, Mama Bear's not impressed with Starbucks. I know, eh? Funny how Starbucks' most popular flavor of pumpkin spice latte doesn't even have a smidgen of pumpkin in it. Pumpkin spice cracks me up. Pumpkin spice cracks me up. It's like, seriously, you don't know? People think this is a magical fucking concoction that comes out once a year, eh? They don't even understand what's in pumpkin spice, but they love it. Cracks me up. I can't stand that stuff. Still thinking of a song, Eddie, because I'm good. I want to stump ya. I don't want you to just be like, oh, of course I have that song. I want to stump ya. Yeah, fish coffee. Salted caramel, way better. Mika's snoring. Right on. Hmm. Eddie, the one song I'm going to ask you, if you have in your thing, is by Elvis Presley, Teddy Bear. Is it called Teddy Bear? Oh, I wanna be your teddy bear. Elvis Presley, Teddy Bear. You got that in your 9,000? That's the song. That's the song that I'm thinking of. Elvis Presley, Teddy Bear. You got that song, Eddie? Angel Fish says, yo, shut up. Yeah. Did I sink ya? Did I sink ya? Aw, your teddy bear played Elvis, my teddy bear? Are you kidding me? Aw. You see how I did that too? It's been about 2 minutes where I said I have a song I want to think of for Eddie. I'm not sure which one it is. There's not even a teddy bear around me, but inside me came that I wanted that song to be the song. And, see, I love it. Road Trip Eddie. No, I don't have it. I have about 4 Elvis songs on my hard drive, but I have 38 Elvis albums. Right on. Oh, that's the best. I love you, Angel Fish. Spirit sent me to send that song so that you would feel like loved and happy and me surrounding you. I don't want to get flagged for Elvis. I love you so very much too, sweetie. I'm a good stumper, Eddie. I'm a good stumper. Let me see. I talked about it last night. Take this job and shove it. Do you have that song on your hard drive? And the other song, yeah, Emotional Today. That's why I'm staying long time. We can stay together as long as we can and then bring that energy in with us for the rest of the day, sweetie. I forget who sings it. I forget the words, but it's like, ah, shut up in your face. Ah, shut up in your face. You know, what is it? Ah, shut up in your face. Somebody's got to remember that song. I can't remember what the other words are. I probably know it off by heart if it starts, but I don't remember. I got it 5% battery. Jailhouse Rock, Hound Dog, Heartbreak Hotel, and Burning Love are the ones you carry with you. That's funny. Right on. I was wondering what the four were. Burning Love. I love that song too. Let me go get the charger. Here we go. Joe Dolce? Is that who sings that? I'm doing a dance. Eddie, I mean, road trip. I mean, Tree Hugger Dave. That's the exact song I was thinking of. And I told myself, I'm not going to put that because it's on the Into the Wild. He'll have that for sure. Trailer for sale or rent. Rooms to rent 50 cents. 2 hours of push and broom by the 8 by 12 4-bedroom. I'm a man of means by no means. King of the road. I was gonna say that one. Boom! I love that you put it. I'm glad I didn't say it so that you wrote it. I love it. That's the one I was thinking of. But I knew I didn't think I would stump him with that one because it's like I already hear it in my reality because I have it on the Into the Wild album. So it's like I wanted to make anyways, that's awesome. That's exactly the one I was thinking of. I'll be back. I need to take a second. I'm going to make myself another coffee and then, I don't know. You okay, dude? Were you showing me something or just came in to pop in? Hang on, I can't hear a thing. Not quite. I went and started more coffee and just stretching for a minute. All Jean's. Mary Wins, You Knew. Right on, Tree Hugger. Right on. 2 other all-time favorites coming up. Let me write down more lyrics. Mary Wins, shut up. You want me to stop singing, Mary? Did I sing too much? I know I did. I sang totally off key. I won't. I don't know if I know that one. Playing solitaire till dawn with a deck of 51. Smoking cigarettes and watching Captain Kangaroo. Right on. Tell me I have nothing to do. Maybe it's because I never really understood or knew Captain Kangaroo, because I'm Canadian and never watched that. Second would be Johnny Cash, Folsom Prison Blues. You were walking in the snow, Elf herself. You're back. Thanks for coming back. I know, I'm just babbling on and rambling on, eh? I just went to start another coffee. Oh yeah, Johnny Rules, Men in Black, a master. Dude, you know what's funny is my parents saw Johnny Cash and June in North Bay, where I live now. And it was a show where June pretty much did the show by herself because Johnny was not in a mood. He was drunk. So that's the show that my parents got, which was an excellent show. They still speak about it today because June took over and made the show instead of them walking out because he couldn't do the show. And he would just come back. Once in a while, he'd get up and start singing with her. And she just, like, played it. She just played it. She just kept going the whole time, did the show as he would, like, pass in and out. And that's what my parents got of Johnny Cash. But when I went to do groceries whatever day I went to do groceries, as we're leaving the grocery store, some grocery stores have things where they auction off paintings or prints, and it was Johnny Cash. And I swear to God, I had never seen a print so big in a store. It was almost 5 feet long and 3 feet high. It was so big, Johnny Cash. So that's a huge sink on so many levels. You just left and came back too, Emoji King? You were at the Real Juicy Detox live chat room? Right on. Whoa! Thank you, Eddie. Oh my gosh, you're right. I should look for that because some people have uploaded stuff for sure. I bet that was a unique show. I wonder if there's a recording of it somewhere. That would be cool. Any idea of what year? I can't remember. It was... What year? They were just talking about it the other day and my dad said the year. So yeah, I'll ask him and I'll check it out. It's funny you say that because when I went to see the Trailer Park Boys in Sudbury, it was 2017. No, 2009. And I saw the Trailer Park Boys, and I went on stage with the Trailer Park Boys. And I never got footage of it. The people I was with either, never gave it to me or never took it. So I have zero footage of being on stage with the Trailer Park Boys. And about a month or so ago, I had a Trailer Park Boys synchronicity pop up. So I was like, I should go check. I should go check if anybody uploaded that scene on YouTube. But they didn't. I couldn't find it anywhere. But yeah, I would love to have that moment in my life because... I remember it, I lived it, but to be able to show you guys me on stage back then, before I even had done all this, and how, for me, the full circle of when that happened to me in 2009, yeah, I thought that it was going to be like boom, 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 that the rest of the stuff was going to happen for my life path. And now here we are in 2020, and I've been on YouTube for 2 years practicing my comfortability in front of the camera. And so, but the show, when I went on stage, was really to show me that, it's really not so scary to be on stage and, future things for my life path. Yeah, exactly, Road Trip Eddie. There's a lot of audio recordings out there now circulating old historic shows. For instance, I saw Stevie Ray Vaughan's last show at Alpine Valley, Wisconsin. The recording exists out there today. That's beautiful that you would mention that and say that way, and it's true. And one of the things that, because I'm not very visual nor audio, I don't need it, but the knowing that it's there and the things that I did fall upon to find this out is old recordings of Jim Morrison. Remember, I had made a video, it would have been in August during the Lionsgate, where I had found a Jim Morrison video where he was speaking openly of certain things, and you know how he just, Jim Morrison is Jim Morrison. But, and that's the thing, is all these things that were hidden from plain sight, that were not publicly available for so many years. So for so many years, even after Jim Morrison's death, the only things that people think about when they think of Jim Morrison is, you know, excess of sexuality and drugs. But anyone who ever, you know, that's just the public stuff that was like shined upon. One of the reason it was shined upon is because Jim Morrison didn't like doing what he was told and doing it the way that everybody told him to do it. So they plugged him with more stuff to make sure he would flip out, right? Because that's the way the system goes in the background. But the availability of these things and that rude awakening to some people, or just that knowing that we as a society choose to only look at what we're told to look at and don't look at the other stuff. So someone who is thought of in ways that's not, you know, the purest light, but that really was, he was a poet and a prophet, you know, and the full circle things of the things he said in his lifetime, you know, have come and are coming into fruition. So, you know, the prophet part of Jim Morrison, of the things he predicted of the internet and certain things, you know, there was, it was all truth, the truth in plain sight. Yeah, there's a lot of Jim Morrison CDs out there, like Jimi Hendrix as well. Yes, thank you, Emoji King. Jim Morrison was a poet first. James Douglas Morrison was a poet first. And that's the thing, is that it was never his intent to be seen how he was seen and portrayed and used for his sexuality and all of that stuff, right? He just didn't play the game as much as the other dudes, and that's why you know, some people didn't make it through those timelines because they wouldn't play the game a certain way. And really, I'm of the mentality that Jim Morrison never really passed away. So that's me. I'm of the mentality that a lot of movie stars and singers, actors, songwriters, poets that, you know, we've been told and that they escaped from the third dimensional matrix reality that they were like intertwined in by staging death. One of those people that I believe is Brandon Lee. I don't believe Brandon Lee is dead. I don't believe Brandon Lee is transitioned. I've spoken of this in just random spots, but I have had people say to me, I think that as well. So one of the, I thought I, you know, was the only one. I believe Brandon Lee, it was a setup to make sure to keep him safe. And when you know the life you're going into, if you're going to keep living that life, yeah, you might as well set up and then just make a life, right? So that's me, my things. But yes, Emoji King, Jim Morrison could see into the future. Thanks for saying that. Yeah, it's funny because that's the thing. We look at Nostradamus as, you know, this classic one person that did this, but there are many of us who were born this way, of knowing certain things and seeing into the future, being able to bend those timelines even. And, you know, it just is. And that's the thing, is when you are a person of a certain ilk, then you recognize other frequencies that are those people. So being very young, already knowing without having the words that I do now today of all these things that I am and have always been since birth, the recognizing of those frequencies of our people, those other people that are like us, even if, you know, they have a title or lived a different life path. That's it. That's funny, Emoji King. It has popped up for me many times and I will not watch it. An interesting video on YouTube interviewing Jim Morrison's father, the Navy Admiral. Boom. Thanks for saying that, Cindy B. I got to see Jim Morrison's tombstone when I visited my sister in Paris. She was obsessed with him. Whoever has gone to Paris in my lifetime, I have sent them there as well, whether they chose to go or not, whatever. But yeah, my mom had chosen to go, but it was so busy that she didn't go farther than just the cemetery itself. She didn't go to the exact spot, and I didn't need her to do that either. Really, at some point, some places become so just popularized that her just being in certain spots was enough, right? But my best friend from high school, you know, because we had always said we'd go to Hollywood, we'd go to New York, and we'd do all these things, and I chose a life where I didn't do any of them yet. But she did. She went to the Whiskey A Go Go, and she went and touched the stage, and, you know, was on stage of the Whiskey A Go Go, and these places that were so iconic, and yeah. Angelfish says, Spirit just confirmed. You're right, G. Spirit just said so. Do you mean about Brandon Lee? Because I really believe that. I have a connection with souls that are past that give me shivers when I ask for a hug. Yet Brandon Lee doesn't give me a hug, right? Bruce does. Bruce got my back all the time. Brandon isn't in the ethers for me to connect with him and talk to him. Right? So I maybe he just doesn't want to talk to me, but really, souls in the ether are there for everyone. There's no pick and choose, right? So as soon as someone has that awareness of who they are and they want to connect with anyone, anywhere, on any dimension who's ever transitioned, it's possible. And that's the thing. That's what it tells me, is that I have the free will to reach souls that are in a certain spot, but I choose not to use my free will to bombard somebody who's alive, right? And I say that, and it's like, okay, Brandon Lee, if, you know, if we're supposed to connect in this reality, like, boom, like, let's do it, because it makes no difference. You're still not Brandon Lee anymore. That title was taken. Go away. We're not going to live that karma of that family anymore. Once overwhelmed, escape. Big song, eh? Big song. Tree Hugger Dave. I saw Bob Dylan once in the audience of a couple hundred. He was drunk as you saw Johnny Cash. We sang the lyrics, and Bob blurred through them. I hate saying this out loud and publicly, but I will, because it's the truth. I went and saw Bob Dylan in Sudbury. I think it would have been, I don't know, not very long ago, in the last 10 years. And I left. We left. It sucked so bad. It wasn't a beautiful concert. At one point I looked at my sister and I said, you know, either what we're smoking is really bad or just the ambience here, like, is horrible. And I looked at my sister and I said, like, I can listen to people who don't even know how to play guitar. I can listen to somebody strumming over and over the same fucking chords for hours and feel more comfortable than I did at that concert. That's how, like, the energy was. Like, there was, like, of energy and anything. It was like, ugh. Right on, Road Trip Eddie. My neighbor that I occasionally camp with brought her daughter to the gravesite a few years back. It was their big mother-daughter trip. That is so cool. Yeah, Angelfish. Me believes that. off planet but alive. That makes sense. They hung out around the canyon where Manson stayed for a while. Right on. Trying to get the beginning of Frank Zappa's father, Stevie Winwood Crosby's father. They hung out. I'm just not able to read that properly, but I get the gist of what you're saying, Mary. Eddie, Emoji King. My brother James worked in the medical tent at Woodstock. Yeah. Shout out to James M. Murphy. Yeah, my dad was at Woodstock, and really, like he said, you know, as glorious as it was and as an awesome memory, there was a lot of stuff medically. That medical tent was pretty damn busy, eh? The medical tent was pretty darn busy. One of my things my dad said, and I was 19 years old when he looked at me and said, you know, you can glorify an event and the whole world will glorify it forever, but it wasn't as pretty to be there in person as people want to pretend or glorify that it was. Like he said, he was 19 at the time, and he said, when you see like people drunk and naked everywhere and lying in their own shit, because they're so fucking passed out from all the drugs that they did, you know, that's not pretty. When you go into certain situations and people throw themselves at you because they're in a certain state and that they feel that this is okay, it's not as beautiful as what, you know, peace and love. There's a big consent to be had with that. Not everybody wants to be in a pile, wet from the rain, soaked from the mud, and have fucking strangers rubbing their tits on them. And, you know, like, as much as it wants to be glorious to have, you know, mushroom trip and a DMT experience, you know, when you've actually watched people who are inebriated and their eyes are rolling in the back of their head and they're trying to be sexual with you, it's not very pretty. Right? So as glorious as we want to make rock videos seem, and we want to make a lot of stuff look as it's amazing and stuff, it's actually really gross. And that's the thing with the herd and big mentality of like, it's time to party hard, everything's okay, we can do what we want and whatever. It's not that beautiful. It's not at all. There's a sanctity of our bodies and our minds and our souls, and you know, Woodstock is on any level what you want to perceive it to be. If you look at the bird's eye view, there's a lot of facets to Woodstock. Oh, nice. Angelfish, we got to go to Rainbow Valley 24 years ago to celebrate Jerry Garcia's life after he passed. That was magical. Yeah, road trip Eddie. It'll make someone a recluse and hide in a van forever. Ha ha. For real. Yeah. Yeah. And think of the singers or the people who were part of that generation and then just disappeared. Why continue to be a part of that? It's not as, you know, it's not. Emoji King, my brother James is now 74 years old, the oldest of my 9 siblings. He was a social worker and he's now finally getting paid for his paintings. Oh, right on. That's awesome. Emoji King, the last place I wanted to trip was around a lot of people I don't know. I'm more of a tree hugger and I love watching trees breathe. Same here. Same. I'm not a festival or a big gathering, and just even my channel reflects that, right? I got 420 subs even if I've been here for years, and there's a reason for that. It's better to have the quality than the quantity. Quantity just brings out the certain things. You got a new hat? It looks cool. Thick brown leather, and it's mega perfect for me. Right on. Oh, I gotta get a coffee. Oh, thanks for bringing Milky and Brian Milky Way. He was a deadhead. He loved them. Me miss Brian. Me too. In like the bestest way. But yeah. I'm just trying to find Brian.
Did you stop your live stream?
Not yet.
I haven't heard you.
Well, you
talk
never
about
really
this.
realize how many screenshots you have of somebody till you look at your screenshots, eh?
What do you mean?
I'm gonna show you something. Angelfish, are you still here? This is so cool. This is just a random like whoof of screenshots, okay? Amy is on one side, you are on another, and I'm on top. You are in red, right here, Angelfish, and that's me in red right there. And this is Amy. But isn't that cool in my screenshots? There's Angelfishes. And there's
Renee
me in
dyed her
red
hair.
too.
Renee dyed, not Renee, Amy dyed her hair.
Yeah, my daughter dyed her hair.
It's
She looks...
I did dark brown. No.
There he is, my dude. September 21st. Milky Way. Brian Barnett. I remember when we emailed for the first time, because we didn't have a lot of background contact. I'm really not that person. When I do have background contact, I talk about it because it's all I got, right? So as much as I say I'm open and I have conversations, I don't have a lot. So it was so funny because I remember he emailed me, and when I emailed him back, I saw his full name in the email, and I wrote back, I was like, oh my God, your name is like, your last name is the same as mine. You just have an N and I don't. And he writes back in an email. He's like, yeah, I had seen that in our stuff because I publicly say my name. So does he. I just had never caught it when he was speaking that our last names matched almost so much. And so he sends me an email saying, yeah, I had seen that. And I remember like emailing him back going like, oh my God, that's like the biggest synchronicity ever. You should have told me or something, you know, like, whoa. That it was just the N that was different. It was so funny, just and when you're emailing, right? And the thing with Milky is one of the reasons we didn't have a 3D, like just email or text or even talk face to face back and forth, is because we had a different, just a connection that was meant to be different, first of all. And with hindsight now, because of everything that's, I understand now why I wasn't able to be allowed to connect with him. There's a lot of me that, as much as other people are there to help people pass through, I'm the opposite type of soul where I'm there to make sure that someone stays. So, especially with the hindsight of like almost 49 full fucking years, I see now the people that I loved so much and that we wanted to have certain connections, whatever, but they never happened. And then whatever event thing happened, that they passed away. They passed away. They left. They transitioned. And it's because my energy is so strong that even if someone's life path is carved black and white, this is when I will pass, my energy as a healer and the love that I have can override someone's soul path. Therefore, I'm not put or allowed to go farther in certain relationships, no matter what. So it's so big that for me, when I was with my ex-husband, he had a specific friend. I was with my ex-husband for 11 years. 11 years. 11 years. And he had a specific friend that no matter if they played volleyball together 2 days a week, almost all year long, I hardly ever saw this friend. I only ever interacted with him on a minimal, like we're talking minimal levels. For 11 years of me being with my ex-husband and the intimacy I had with other friends and the parties and the suppers and all of this. But this one friend, the contact was minimal. When I left my husband, him and this friend became brothers. Like we're talking brothers. Like we're talking, if this man hadn't have been there to take my role as the person in my ex-husband's life, my ex-husband wouldn't have made it through the first year of our separation. This man happened to have the same birthday as I, January 7th. When my restaurant got renovated, my ex-husband, because this is the type of relationship we had, he was the one who helped renovate my restaurant. And this man, his best friend, his brother dude, came and he helped. And even if he was doing the most intimate thing of helping my ex-husband help me with my restaurant, we weren't even able to have eye contact. We could hardly talk. It wasn't even awkward. It was just like that thing of, they were doing something construction, and then I'd walk into the room and it was like exactly when he was going to grab a coffee, exactly when he was going to the bathroom, or exactly whatever. Nothing ever made it that we were able to have true eye contact and be in the same room for any amount of time. And boom, when he chose his date to end his life and transition, that was the why. Is the closeness I wasn't allowed to have. I always saw him in a way that I didn't understand as well. He was a pivotal person in 2008 who helped me to understand what I see when I see auras and why auras and certain things are so different. Yes, he ended his life. He committed suicide. And in the timeline where he did, I thought it was my ex-husband who was going to choose that timeline. But his friend, his brother in his heart, chose it instead. And what that did was solidified my ex-husband's timeline on this plane of existence. So meaning the choice of one person radically made someone else anchor in and stay. Yeah. And yes, he was lost, and he was the kind of man who, he didn't have money problems. He had his stuff together. He had a good job. He had a lot of friends. He was a teacher who played sports, so he had a lot of friends. And one day he decided, I'm done. And that day changed, our timeline. Even if we were separated already, it boom, solidified into fruition so many timelines. And the full circle woe of this is the date that this man chose to end his life is the same date that Sherry, the wife of my ex-partner, I was talking earlier how about my stepchildren lost their mother, is the same date in 2008. They both ended their life in different ways. She transitioned because her heart gave out. He chose to end it his way. But when I met, my future blended family later, the dates all were the same. So when we had our thing in our family dynamic that solidified a timeline in a different way, the parallel timeline of my future stepchildren, future partner to be for 4 years of my life, was happening at the same time. And so, and in that timeline of a time, I had started dreaming I was going to live in Temagami. I was having dreams of Lily Rose. I was having all sorts of dreams. And, yeah. Yeah, Eddie, there's so many that keep their pain silent. Silent suffering that no one knows of. Exactly. Mary Wynn says, Leap Project has tinfoil hats for sale. They're very cool. Yeah, Rex is awesome. I haven't watched Leap Project, or I don't even know if it went out of my subscriptions. I haven't even thought about the Leap Project in a long time. I'm an in and out of person. It's actually because of the Leap Project that I was guided to go on YouTube. Yeah. I didn't even know people watched videos and did stuff on YouTube. Like, you know what I mean? Like, whatever. Like, there's videos on there and there's movie clips. I didn't know. And it's because of Rex and Leak Project that I was guided to even go look at YouTube. Seriously. Thanks for writing that, because that gave me a... How did I end up on YouTube? Is because I was guided to watch Leak Project. And that's how watching the Leak Project, finding Rex, led me to Thought Soldiers, Corey McKinnon, and Soothe the Glitch, and then everything else. My youngest son was born on the anniversary of losing my sister when I was 12. Many of the dates of any special people in my life or our life as a family are on the same dates as either the birth or the birthdays of my children. And I find that to be sacred, because it means that I cannot forget to think of my grandfather every year. He chose my daughter's birthday, the 22nd of August, to exit. My grandmother, my maternal grandmother, chose my son's birthday, April 7th, to exit. So for me, that doesn't hurt me. It makes me just feel more my grandparents' energy. I'm someone who is very blessed to know my grandparents into my 40s, right? And I've had relationships with my paternal grandparents, passed away when I was in my 40s, and my maternal grandmother in my 30s, and then my grandfather when I was like 8 or 9. So, I had the opportunity and the blessing to have 3 solid grandparents for almost all of my life. You know what I mean? Like, so much of it. So I'm really blessed, because my parents were so young when they had me that it gave me an opportunity to know my grandparents more than, other people in their life. So I never had tomato powder, Eddie. That's so neat. Tomato powder my friend just gave me is so good. I never knew. Oh my God, angelfish. Are you kidding me, sweetie? The same day that Mount St. Helens blew? Baby girl, I was there. I was in BC. I was there. I tasted the ashes. I had the ashes of Mount St. Helens. We were both in the same mountain range of the winds when we were that age, honey. I never made the connection that, you were in Washington and I was in BC when we were at the same age. We tasted those same ashes of your pain, honey. No wonder we're so It's like Angie, right? Angie's a Great Lakes girl. Frequency doesn't lie. That's, you know, where she was born, where her DNA started. And that's one of the reasons that Angie and I are so close. And we don't even talk in like texts and like emails and phone, and we don't need that. You know? Because that bond, the thing is so strong. It's with the land. It's with the land. Wow, Angel Fish, thanks for writing that. I think you might have wrote it before, but it never hit me the same way as it did today. He was in Spokane in trailer. Haha, I knew you knew. Mary wins, yeah. Me, Chicago, Lake Michigan. Yes. Yeah. And I discovered or realized that Lindsay is in Washington as well. Not Washington, but Michigan as well. And she makes videos that empower me. And when I, you know, that's that thing, the water retains memory. The feeling of certain people and frequencies, how they can be so safe and so nurturing without needing any proof or more communication. It's just there. Angelfish, we bug Angie a lot, but she said I could, so I do. And do it. A lot of me just doesn't have the opportunity because I don't have, you know, the same devices or something. The thing about just whatever's meant to be is be, right? But Cindy B says, do you make soup from the powder or is it just for vitamins? Mac and cheese, says Angelfish. Cindy B, I'm craving tomato soup and I have some. I'm going to make some. I'm very in the tomato mood too. I made tomato sandwich last night before bed. After the live stream, I didn't end up falling asleep, but I made a tomato sandwich after the live stream because I was hungry. And tomato soup. Oh, Eddie was thinking, I wonder what it would happen if I sprinkled it on noodles. It's pure tomato, nothing else. I don't know what it would do. Honestly, as long as those noodles have some butter and salt and pepper, and then start with just a little bit at a time. Just start with a little bit at a time and see, right? That seasoning sounds like it could be really good on, what do you call it? Like with chips. To make a dip. So add it with sour cream or mayonnaise and make a dip for chips. Or even just like adding it into whatever kind of condiments that you like as a kick booster for flavor. I've never had tomato powder, but I would definitely try different things with it. Eddie, Dave says to add some of that tomato powder to pesto. Emoji King says lots of women at the Real Juicy Detox YouTube, they make healthy pizza. You have 6 tomatoes ready outside, Mary? Right on. I'm just gonna grab a coffee and then wrap that sucker up somehow. I just keep battling. Are we doing anything today?
Do you want to do anything today?
Like, we don't need to go out, do we?
No, we got groceries yesterday.
Is there enough potatoes left to make a small shepherd's pie? See. Do you want anything? anything from you? No? Yeah, I'm just gonna check the last comments and wrap it up. And then I'll take a break. You go for a nap. I know, I can't even believe I'm that in this long. Is it even today or is it still yesterday?
We don't need to go today, do we?
Oh, no, we don't. No. I was just joking unless, I can't think. We don't need anything. We're gonna have to get our stuff together about having stuff ready to go to the cottage next week for the Christmas stuff, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah. I
whatever
still
stuff.
haven't finished my deck cards. I did one today.
You did one today? How many left do you have to do?
Okay, so I'm at 8. I've done all the hearts,
Okay.
and then I've done 8 diamonds, and so I have to do everything else.
So you have half a deck left to do.
Yeah, basically.
Approximately. Maybe try to get a little bit done when you can, because
I'm
there's
going to
only a
right
certain
now.
amount of time left,
I'm gonna
eh?
do some right now.
And you know what? Come here, Lily. Like face to face. Everything is telling me that we really need to make sure in the next few days that the important stuff that we need to get done is done, so that if we decide to go early, you know, we can't be sitting there doing certain Christmas things in front of everybody. Because I don't know what our timeline, because we might go to the cottage, come back, you know, because of the cat, right? So,
Or we'll go to the cottage together.
and then I'll come back for a
you'll leave
day.
up
and
maybe
then,
on the 26th or something.
yeah, I'm not going there for a bunch of days in a row,
No.
but that doesn't mean that when I come back, there's no reason you would come back with me unless whatever, but
No.
yeah. So everything's just saying to me, like instinct-wise, to not get caught with your pants down. You know what I mean? Because Christmas can't change the day, but the day we leave can change any time.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, technically, Renee could pass through tomorrow and say, are you coming with me?
Yeah.
So, just have your ducks in a row. I know you got dog pants, not duck pants, but...
Quack.
You like pesto a lot, Eddie? Pesto is part of my van life menu with mac and cheese. Right on. Thanks. Now I'm going to make some mac and cheese. Not today because I don't have enough different cheeses. I like using a bunch of different kinds, but tomato and onion sandwich is my favorite my mom used to make. Yeah, I usually add onions to my sandwich unless I'm just too lazy to get an onion out. I had just plain tomato, mayonnaise, salt, pepper last night, white bread. That way, I haven't had a tomato soup and cheese sandwich in a very long time. I'm feeling that that's what I'm going to be having very soon. Like a grilled cheese maybe even. Oh, Chip Eddie, I just realized I've seen your videos. I have to sub. That is yummy, eh? Tree Hugger Dave, I love salsa in my mac and cheese. You've worked with tomato powder or seen tomato powder, Mary Wins? I haven't, but I'm gonna look for it in a way of just like that. That would be awesome to have. Just a little bit flavor, right? Goes a long way. Yeah, I want to try it too, Cindy. That way, there's something about grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup. I think I'm gonna treat myself. Yeah. Ooh. No kidding, eh, Tree Hugger? Cindy, if you have a dehydrator, you can actually dry and crush your own tomatoes into powder. Yeah, I agree. Grilled cheese and tomato soup. I think I feel a grilled cheese tomato soup kick coming, eh? Oh my gosh. I have my coffee that's fresh, but now I'm like craving that. Like half of me is already in the kitchen going like, meow, meow. Oh yeah, I can't meow to anybody. I have to go do it myself, but yeah, onion and tomato sounds good. That onion is tree hugger. I made a homemade pizza last week with ginger, basil pesto, pepperoni, and artichoke hearts. That sounds awesome. You think you had it in the catering kitchen? You were a caterer? I didn't ever do much catering. I always allowed it as a
Yeah.
service and a part of what I did, but I never, because I was the restaurant.
Like this much, except for the tweens and kings and stuff. And
That's okay, yeah.
so.
Yeah, so I didn't do catering often because people came on site, but I catered some. Eddie says, oh yeah, Campbell's tomato soup made with milk, don't boil, and Velveeta cheese double toasted sandwiches. Getting hungry. Yeah, me too. Getting so hungry you can't type. Yeah, that's the nice thing about being up here and babbling, eh? I don't have to type. I forget when it was. I think it was last week when I said to 1111 code, I said, I'm here, but I can't see. I can't concentrate to type. I'm just going to listen and not be a part of the chat. You going to run to the taco shop? Right on. Emoji King, my favorite. Grilled cheese and tomato soup. Right on. Mary Wynn says, yes, I was always in food service and hair. I love you for saying that because when I was a kid, I always thought the hair was going to be a part of it, but I only ever did food service or hospitality in general because I've done motel that had restaurants. So, but yeah, always. I never expanded into the hair. If anything, as soon as I got to the age where I could have been, you know, learning more techniques and having accessibility to more people's hair, the less I wanted to touch it. So I've always been involved with food on a certain level up until a certain stage of my life because I always say I'm a retired chef. But Tree Hugger says the pizza needed some onions and avocado to be complete, but we had eaten all those the day before. I get it. Grilled tomatoes and cheese soup. This is a thing. Yes. Cheese soup is basically fondue. Road trip Betty. So do I ever think of opening a restaurant again? Like maybe a mobile trailer gig thing? I have thought about especially like the trailer thing because it's very nomadic because it's so popular now. So the access to having good food trucks and stuff is actually amazing, right? Something that could have been very hard to find and have in a way that's amazing, like really works out is now, right? So never say never. And I've already said never enough times to doing, you know, anything like that who knows. I know that I'll never put my life aside again to serve other people or to cook for other people and then not eat myself. So meaning it's not that I didn't eat, but when you are in the business of, you know, breakfast, lunch, supper, and that other people have priority over you, and it's all about the rush and it's all about doing what you need to do so that other people are able to do their day. So for usually from 12 to 1, just typical, right? 12 to 1. So, you know, the free will of everybody else that gets to eat from 12 to 1 and in a rush, you know, all those things that for years I don't even now to this day, I will never be able to because I don't believe in it. Like I live like a wolf. I eat when I'm hungry. There are no timelines for me. And that's one of the things that makes it very simple to stay alone is that when I found Lily Rose's father and, you know, I said, I live like a wolf. I don't have timelines. I don't do certain things. I don't watch television. I don't. But when you accept somebody into your life that does every single thing, and then I ended up re-assimilating into like a matrix world where You know, there was not all those things that I never did, I had to redo. So that's not something that I'll ever allow myself again. And that being said, when I see the higher purpose, and because I've talked about it already, I was guided to be in that timeline for the soul contracts with my stepchildren. So I understand why, I regressed basically into being a person for other people in the timeline that I was in, but I couldn't live that way again of, that it's more important that I make food for someone else than anything else in my life. I don't see myself ever having to be like beholden to ordering things and making things for other people. I see myself in like community settings where like, I'm doing a lot of things and producing a lot of stuff for people, but not in a way that 3D restaurant type of thing. Because nothing is like what it looks in the food TV trailer truck ads and shit like that. It's not like that, right? So, yeah, road trip. If someone was here and drove to each of the RV campgrounds all over and served hot food, mega. Yeah. Yeah, that would be something awesome where you just, you choose your timelines and your places and you certain whatever. See, Angelfish, that's her dream. I can't wait to start my meatless taco truck. Tree hugger, for those bold and daring, cheeseburger with meat spiced with lemon pepper heavy and fried eggs seasoned with cayenne, plus all the toppings. It's dripping delicious. I'm not crazy about cayenne and stuff like that, but I do love drippy eggs on a burger, to be honest. Yeah, Mary, that's me too. I taste it to make sure it's good, but everyone else came first. Yeah, Mary. My son was 8 years old and my daughter was 5 years old the first time that they had a snow day and I was actually at home with them, or that there was a Mother's Day and that I was actually at home with them, or even Christmas Eve. All these dates that people that are so important to society are the dates that are the most important to a restaurant. So a restaurant's income, a Mother's Day that have so beautiful summer nights. There's a whole history of my life where people have the memories of things that they did right in their 20s and in their 30s, and I don't have those things. My stories are all like kitchen stories and things like that. For me, it was to the point where my children were young. My husband worked a factory job where he had his 40 hours a week, and he did overtime if he chose to say yes or no. And me, I worked 80 to 100 plus hours a week in summer season, go tourist. It was 300 capacity seating, the restaurant so 100 in the kind of the room, I don't know what it'd be called in English, the gathering room above. The reception hall was about 100. Then the main restaurant was about 100. And then with the two terraces, outdoor terraces, was about 100 people as well. So 300 seating capacity. And that was my life. So sometimes I would have that thing where I would actually get home early, like let's say 7:30 on a Saturday night. And, I would be in the way because they were leaving to go fishing before dark for a couple hours of fishing. There's no room in the boat for me. So I would just end up going home and being alone. Kind of way, the way that a man who works on drills comes home and the whole family has their routine and they have to assimilate themselves to the routine was what I lived for a while. It's one of the reasons I chose to buy my own restaurant. After a while, is if you're going to be doing all these hours and never be home, might as well be your restaurant and your kids can be running about, helping, doing stuff, meeting people at the same time. There's only 168 hours in a week. I don't know. It felt like there was a lot more at the time. Yeah. And that's the thing is people will still judge me now that I've chosen a completely different lifestyle for Lily Rose and I, right? I won't go work in those type of things. I won't send Lily Rose into the school system and have her be part of another system. But that's the thing. In my 20s, I lived that life already of, the work, the children are at school or daycare and all of that. And it was how it was meant to be. But ain't nobody going to tell me that I got to be pumping out the money and be pumping out stuff for this child and for this timeline of this life. I already did it once that way. I will never. And, if I had a third opportunity and another child, I wouldn't even do it exactly the same way as with Lily Rose. You know what I mean? But especially that guilt feeling of, because I'm not, financially stable still. Doesn't matter, I'm not financially stable. So that's a judgment that, if you did that, yeah, but you don't understand what it cost me already to do that, right? And when you think back of, a whole generation of your life, that your only memories are of work, and they're beautiful, they're amazing. I had awesome, healthy, beautiful teams in my kitchens, you know what I mean? But I didn't have certain things with my children. I wasn't even healed from my C-section when I had Amy, when I went back to work. I went back to work. She was 5.5, 6 months old, and I wasn't even able to bend down properly and do my job. I can still see myself, Amy's a year old, and I've been working for months already, and when I have to do certain things, I'm in physical pain. Because that's the thing about C-sections is unless you have the time to recuperate, you're constantly doing all day long the things you're not supposed to be doing. So especially if you have a child that weighs a certain amount, you're not supposed to lift a certain amount. But if you're lifting your child in the baby carrier, you just doubled that amount right away. So things inside are not healing. Mary, maybe the energy that's coming from the cosmos and the eclipse and the CME yesterday are interfering with the connections. Yeah. Something up in our realm for sure. Energy is so wired and weird. Bring in the reality we want to believe in, eh? Mary Wynn says, Cindy, it feels like there's a war going on up there in heaven. Mary, I can honestly say that there are no battles in the skies for me. And this is something for myself that the war is over and love has won. And we are just playing out a third dimensional timeline. The more of us that can anchor this true solid belief and knowing can only help. Because us being in the middle of not being sure about what we think or what we believe, I don't see that there's any wars raging up there in heaven. If anything, the battles are over, and they've been over for a long time. And I was a witness to the battles in the sky. I've been a part of certain timelines in the ether, through my visions and my channelings. So I don't understand. I'm not going to name names of channels that I've popped into in the last while, and I hear this stuff of this battle, but then I see this person and they're speaking, and it's them that's playing out their battle, but they're speaking of it as if this is a collective thing, and that part isn't. It's their thing. And, I don't know how to explain that better than that, but it's like, it's the personal thing going on being projected as a collective, but we made the choice as a collective already. We are where we're at, and we're only playing things out on an individual level. And the reason that we don't see that is because we're looking exterior as to what's happening out there. But nothing's happening out there if you're actually aligned here, because you see that everything out there is for a greater purpose, to keep on triggering, getting in the other people on track that aren't quite there. You know? Meow. Yes, love wins for sure. I don't know. The only way to kind of say it would to make it sound like that it's like the school system. You know that kids are going to get through kindergarten, even if it, it was really hard to get on the bus that first day. Well, if you've been at it certain things, then you're in high school or university and looking down on them, knowing that they're going to get through and doing the best you can as the people in the, the little ones' lives to be the example, right? So yes, the crystal skull is important, and the crystal skull is important on a personal level for people to connect with. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Everything we need is inside of us. Yes, Mary, it really is. Thank you guys for being here. I can't believe I stayed on for almost 5 hours. I'm kind of excuse me. Yeah, Road Chip says, my first day, oh wow, I hid under the bed, and that worked for just a little while. Then I finally got there and I ran down the halls. That's awesome, Eddie. We love you guys. Have a beautiful day. I'm going to stop looking at the comments and stop talking, because otherwise I will never stop, and that's not okay. Have a great day.